Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th Annual One Young World Bath Conference. I'm Michelle.
I'm Madeline.
And we'll be your host for today. First and foremost, we would like to greet our special guest, the co-founder of One Young World, Mrs. Kate Robertson, and Pro Vice Chancellor of Education for the University of Bath, Professor Julian Chowdhury, for joining us today. Without further ado, let's invite Professor Julian Chowdhury to open the One Young World Bath 2023 conference with his introductory speech.
Morning, everybody, and thank you, Madeline and Michelle, for your warm welcome. Less of a speech, more of just a welcome. You don't want me here all morning, but I am Julian Chowdhury. I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor for Education, and so it's great to see so many young people here today to support this fantastic event. So on behalf of the University of Bath, can I welcome you all to the 7th Annual One Young World Caucus. At the University of Bath, we are delighted to have been partnered with One Young World now for 10 years, and we'd like to thank the co-founder of One Young World, Kate Robinson, for being here today. Thank you, Kate. I'd also like to thank the Student Organising Committee, who's co-chaired by Madeline and Michelle. Thank you very much. And I'd like to welcome all of you, our delegates today. We have students from Bath, we have Target Bath and Pathway to Bath offer holders, we have representatives from One Young World, we have student delegates from Okayama University, Japan. That's dedication coming all this way. And we're also delighted to be joined this afternoon by Carolyn Casey, who will be receiving an honorary degree from the university later on. Today's meeting is focused on 3 of the SDGs: the good health and well-being, sustainable cities and communities, and quality education. And so beyond these sessions, I hope that you will be able to meet each other, take part in the important discussions, and most importantly, reflect on how these ideas can be taken forward in your daily life. It's so inspiring for me to be part of this meeting and to see so many of you, our young people, engaging in the most important issues of our time, issues that will have impact for future generations. And it's this that gives me the optimism that the future is in good hands. It's never been more important for young people to engage with the issues being discussed today and to be proactive in creating a better world. You, all of you here today, have the opportunity to be real change makers, and engaging with One Young World is an excellent catalyst to do that. So, may I wish you all a very successful meeting today. I hope you enjoy the event today, learn something new, and think about the changes that you might lead or facilitate as a result. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Julian, for your support towards One Young World Bath. Moving on, let's invite Mrs. Kate Robertson, co-founder and CEO of One Young World, to deliver her opening speech.
Good morning. I can't tell you how impressed I am that today's a Saturday and you're all here, so give yourselves a big round of applause. We're very proud to be here, frankly, absolutely awestruck by the dedication that has come from this institution to the cause of young leaders all over the world, because that is what One Young World is about. So I want to thank Emily in particular. You're in the room. I see you at the back there. Emily, Amy, Eileen, and Annika. There you go. I did it. And you too. It's a lot of names to remember. Michelle and Madeline. I got there. Look at that. Julian, thank you. I want to be brief here because I know time will be marching on and I always talk far too long. What I did want to say to you was this, is as young as you are, you're here because you have some interest in the issues, and some of you will have some interest in becoming leaders yourselves. The world, Julian and I were just talking to Emily about, the world is in a parlous state in terms of its leadership. It cannot be that the only source of great leadership is a former comedian on television who emerges as a war leader, as is the case with Zelensky in Ukraine, who is a leader. Great leadership cannot be left to that chance. So I would say to each and every one of you, One Young World is exactly about that struggle. It is a search for the best leaders in the world. And you may not think of yourself as a leader, but if you have something that you want to get done, particularly if it is in the service of another person or people, your community, your university, your family, your country, your region, whatever it is, then you are a leader. You are a leader. And I would say to you, pick up that burden, pick it up. And remember this, as young as you are. I was delighted to see on the agenda today a session on resilience. To my old eyes and ears, this has been a missing dimension for many of the young people with whom we work, and we have 15,000 brilliant young leaders around the world today, and some of them are here with you today, so make a point of meeting them. Resilience as a quality and as a practice is something that will see you through your lives. Trust me, I know. I've had a couple of extremely tough years myself and been amazed at the resilience that I actually have. Human beings are often extremely resilient, but there are things that help us get there. Weirdly, working at something actually helps you when things are bad, when it's a tragedy, when something awful happens, when someone's mean to you, when you split up with someone, when you lose a friend, when you lose a family member. The fact of your everyday work will take you through time. Time doesn't heal all things, but it enables you to cope. And your focus on your work changes everything for you. It does. It changes your mindset. It is an enormous privilege being able to work at something, especially something you care about, that is doing good for other people. There's no greater charge than that, no greater satisfaction, nothing more motivating, nothing better at lifting you out of a slop of misery, of getting you out of bed, of making you be the person you dream of being. So I say to you on the resilience factor, don't ignore that thing. Learn the practices of resilience. It will change everything for you. But I would say to you throughout the day, and then that's enough from me, I would say to you throughout the day today, please bear in mind why you are here and bring focus to what you're doing today. Focus on every session. Focus on what you're hearing. Use it, take it, use it in your lives. If you see that there are things to be done where you go, that's wrong, I think there's a way to fix that, then I urge you with my whole heart, please, if you see something that needs doing, then get up and do it. Go and do it. One Young World is absolutely a network for young leaders who are doing things. It is not a discussion forum. It is not a talk shop. It is not a whole nonsense of blah, blah, blah all around the world and, see you on the next airplane. No, no. We only value leaders who are acting. Why? Because the world needs it, not because we've disappeared up ourselves, but because the world needs your action. So listen today. Find the things that you think you want to engage in or the thing that you see that you can do, but bring focus to that thing. You cannot solve the Sustainable Development Goals alone. There are too many. You can't solve for the 169 separate clauses, but you can do the thing you care about, the thing that you are focused on. So I urge all of you today, listen with, I always say, with all your ears, these ears, your emotional antenna. Listen in every way you can. Take the learning and do remember, each and every one of us, to be here in this room today is an enormous privilege. Any one of us could be in the refugee camp in Kakuma. We are not. We are here. We have work to do. So let's have a really good day. And then afterwards, Let's start measuring up the things that we get done. So enjoy yourselves.
Skip the icebreaker slide.
What's going on there?
Oh, some spotlight. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Robertson. It's indeed an honor for our university to have been partnered with One Young World for 10 years. Right, as the co-chairs of the organizing committee this year's conference, Madeline and I are extremely excited and honored to be able to lead an amazing team in organizing this event that is actually bringing a change to the societies. We now live in an era where many young people want to help to solve some of the society's biggest issues, and they want to be heard and to create more positive impact to the communities. Fellow delegates who join us today for your precious Saturday, you are the change maker who is making real impact to the society that you desire to be in. I believe we are now ready to officially start the first session of the day. As a university student, I believe many of us do experience that our health and well-being is fluctuating day to day, and coping with the student lifestyle and well-being can be a challenge sometimes. With that, we believe it is important to discuss how to build resilience from university to the workplace. We are delighted to have Dr. Olivia Reams as our keynote speaker today to share her tips on how to manage our mental health. As a life coach and a mental health researcher at the University of Cambridge, Dr. Olivia has researched anxiety, depression, loneliness, trauma and coping, and well-being aspect. She works with people to help them overcome obstacles in life, anxiety, trauma, relationships, and work difficulties. Without further ado, let's invite Dr. Olivia up on stage to deliver her keynote speech.
Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you for the introduction. Thank you to One Young World Bath. I am delighted to be here and to talk to you about well-being, resilience, and how to boost your mental health. So a little bit about me. I'm a researcher at the University of Cambridge, where I've been based for the past 10 years, and I've looked at a number of different aspects, as you've just heard, to do with mental health and well-being. And I've also designed training programs for businesses and various organizations and helping them to implement mental health plans at work. And I'm also a life coach. So without further ado, let's plunge straight into the lecture. So today I'm going to be talking about 4 different aspects, and it's a student audience, so I wanted to make it relevant for you and enjoyable and fun on this Saturday morning with practical, actionable strategies that you can take away, but everything based on research. So we are going to be looking at, number 1, how to go for your goals and dreams. And one key aspect that is on the road to that is getting that motivation to go for your goals and dreams, overcoming procrastination, and becoming motivated. So that's the first thing that we're going to be talking about. The second thing, which also very much links in with motivation and going after your goals and dreams, involves our thoughts. And more specifically, people often come to me and they ask me, how can I deal with worrisome, anxious thoughts, a worry that just won't leave you alone? So we will talk a little bit about that with strategies for how you can overcome it. Also, we will be looking at our emotions. Our thoughts are important, but so are our emotions. And in particular, how can we boost positive emotion? And the final aspect is social support, because we're looking at all of these different things, what we can do for ourselves to become motivated, to work with our thoughts, with our emotions. We can do all of this self-work, but we need to also feel like we're embedded in strong supportive networks. We need to feel like we have people around us who can help us, especially when we're going through tough times. So I will share with you why social support is of value. Now, let's plunge right in with the first topic of the day. How can we overcome procrastination and get motivated and ultimately go for our vision. So first of all, what is procrastination? Procrastination, if we're looking at the research, it says that it's this needless delay, and Tim Peichel has done a lot of work on this. It's this needless delay, and we know that we should be taking a step now to do something about our goal, and yet we still don't. We hesitate. And really, there's nothing that is stopping us from going ahead. And which is why some studies call this behavior irrational. We know that, we should be taking a step now, but we still don't. And why do we do it? Oftentimes, it's nothing more than a habit. And the good news is, anything learned can be unlearned. Now, what I would like you to do is, either right now or after this presentation, to think about the items that you are procrastinating on. Make a list of those tasks, whatever comes to mind, any reports, deadlines coming up, any conversations that you're putting off that you need to have. Whatever it is, make a list of it. And think about the impact that procrastinating and delaying is having on you. What impact is it having on your thoughts and on your emotions, on your body? So for example, are you feeling more tense? Are you feeling more anxious when you're thinking about those tasks that you're putting off? Are you feeling stressed? And the value of this is that knowledge is power. When we become aware of something that is going on in our lives, a pattern, then we can take new steps. We can find ways to break free from that. So make a list of all those things and then think about the impact that procrastination is having on your life as you're thinking about those different items. Now, do we actually feel better when we procrastinate? And the answer is no, we don't. And researchers who pinged people that were in the middle of procrastinating, you would think that they might be happier, that they're putting something off for another day. But actually, in the moment, what they found was that people were experiencing a mix of feelings. They weren't necessarily happier. They were experiencing a mix of feelings, and one of these was guilt. And again, Tim Peichel talks at length about this, but we're not necessarily better off when we are delaying. Now, one of the things that is linked to procrastination is this self-control failure, and researchers in the US have looked at this. So it can be seen as a form of self-control failure. You have the intention to do something, but for some reason, you don't harness the necessary self-control to plunge right in. And at the heart of it is mood repair. So if you think about the tasks that you're putting off, that you don't want to do, what emotions are arising in you as you're thinking about those tasks? Maybe you're feeling some anxiety. Maybe you're feeling some frustration. Maybe you're feeling some boredom. And these are all negative feelings. We don't like feeling negative feelings. We want to get away from them. We want to repair our moods, which is why, in many instances, procrastination can be the answer. You want to get away from those unpleasant emotions, so you procrastinate. But the thing is, when you do this, this can chip away at your journey towards reaching your goals and dreams. It can keep you stuck. So instead of escaping your emotions, think about regulating them instead. And this goes for anything. Maybe you're feeling bad about something. You're feeling frustrated or irritated about something that is going on in your life. And you're turning to perhaps too much online shopping or gambling, or for some people it's drinking. Whatever it is, think about the things that you're doing to escape your emotions. And instead of doing that, how could you regulate your emotions instead? So let's look at some practical strategies for dealing with procrastination. And I would also like to mention that one of the driving factors behind procrastination is also perfectionism. So it could be waiting for the perfect time to get started on something. You don't want to start until it's just the right time, until you have gathered all of the resources, until you've read all of the reports before you can get started on that literature review or whatever it is. But doing so can lead to long delays, and it can prevent you from ever even starting. And the antidote to that, and I've talked about this before, I've written about it in my first book, The Instant Mood Fix. The antidote is to do it badly on your first iteration. Do it badly. Because you can always come back to it later and refine and edit. But essentially, when you start applying this motto for whatever you have to do for that first draft, it speeds up your decision making, it catapults you straight into action, and it gets you going. And you're not worried about the outcome anymore. You're simply getting going. You're jumping right in. And people have come to me over the years and they've told me that when they used this strategy, that it gave them a feeling of liberation. They started completing tasks a lot faster than before. And the task itself became more fun to do. So what I would like to ask you today is to think about in which instance you could apply this strategy, this motto that you can have in the back of your mind. Another thing to think about is to ask yourself the question, what would a great outcome for myself look like at various points in time? So divide it up. At 3 months, what would a great result, what would a great outcome look like for me at 3 months? What about at 6 months, 9 months, a year? And going back to procrastination, if you're faced with that task that you need to do, and you're feeling some of those uncomfortable emotions that we talked about, perhaps some frustration or boredom, whatever it is, practice tolerating that initial discomfort, because these feelings are transitory and they will pass. So we've talked about a number of strategies that you can use for procrastination, getting motivated, and getting closer to your goals and dreams. Now let's take a look at something else which is related, our thoughts, because our thoughts, the thoughts that we have, can also help us along or stand in the way of our journey towards our goals and dreams. And one of the things that people ask me about quite often, and they want to find out more about, are how do we deal with anxious, worrisome thoughts? So if you have a worry on your mind that just won't leave you alone, what can you do? Well, first of all, in order to answer this question, we have to think about the purpose of worrying. So what is the purpose of worrying? Well, the purpose is when we worry, we tend to think, as humans, that we are getting closer to a solution. It helps us arrive at a solution. And we think that we're being proactive about a situation. But have you ever noticed that the more that you engage in this worrying and the rumination, the harder that it can be to break free from this cycle? And it can keep you trapped. So how can we get out of that? Number one, we want to avoid is not banishing or repressing those worry thoughts. Don't banish and repress. Because if you do so, they can come back to haunt you like a boomerang. And as Carl Jung used to say, what you resist persists. And there's a small experiment that you can try now or after this presentation, but close your eyes for 30 seconds or for a minute. And during this time, try to not think about a delicious slice of chocolate cake with a red cherry on top. Absolutely no thoughts of this during this period. Now, can you do this? Well, if you're like me and everybody else, of course not, because in order to not think about something, you have to conjure up an image of that thing in the first place. So let go of thinking about what you don't want to do, what you don't want to have, and focus on what you do want to do, on your goals, on your outcomes, and the steps that you can take to get there. So we've looked at how the steps that we can take to get closer to our goals by looking at strategies for procrastination and getting motivated. We've looked at our thoughts, and in particular, how to deal with anxious, worrisome thoughts. And now we're going to look at something else which is key for good mental health and well-being, and that is positive emotion. How can we boost positive emotion? And this is so important because when we harness positive emotion, then we start tapping into our creativity. We start to find solutions for problems, or at least start spotting more options than we might have previously thought of. It boosts our endorphin levels, and endorphins are feel-good chemicals in our bodies. It lowers stress levels. So when you do something that makes you feel good, it is beneficial on so many levels for the mind, for the body. And there's one exercise that I would like to share with you today. And it's an exercise that was devised by Martin Seligman, a professor at the University of Pennsylvania, and it's called the What Went Well exercise. And the rationale for this is that so often we think about what went wrong, what was wrong with our week, with our day. But he says, what about what went well? What about the things that are going well in our day, over the past week, the good things that happened? So here's what I would like you to do. Over the next week, just experiment with this strategy. Every day, write down 3 things that went well. 3 things. And then next to each one of those items, write down why it happened. And it can be small things or big things. Doesn't matter. 3 things that went well. To give you an example, one thing that might have gone well is perhaps you received a good mark on a test. Why did it happen? It happened because you put in the time, you dedicated some time each week to prepare for that. But as I said, it can also be minor things. So for example, my sister came home and she brought me a box of my favorite chocolate. Why did it happen? It happened because either my sister is a kind, caring person, or perhaps I simply phoned her up and asked her to bring me that box of chocolate. So whatever it is, make note of it for a week. And if you continue with this exercise, you will notice a boost in your emotions. If you can continue longer than 1 week, but 1 week is just for an experiment. And over time, as I said, it can boost your mood, it can boost your happiness levels, and it can make a real difference. Now, the last thing that I'm going to talk about is social support, because we've looked at key aspects so far related to well-being, at procrastination and motivation. We've looked at our thoughts and our emotions and how we can harness positive emotions. But now we're going to look at social support, because social support is so important, and it really is, as the song lyric goes, I can get by with a little help from my friends. Social support, if you're embedded in strong supportive networks, this protects your mental health against adverse, difficult circumstances. And this support can come from a number of people. It can come from a friend, it can come from a supervisor, a boss, a work colleague, a child. Social support gives you a feeling of security. It gives you a feeling of purpose. And when we're looking at mental health in the workplace, And in my programs, I teach people, how we can instill good mental health and well-being in the workplace. One of the things that I mentioned is that social support, when we harness that and create that, it becomes the antidote to burnout. So for yourself, what can you do to increase your social support? And are you getting the social support that you need? And this is really important because, at the moment, I'm looking at research on construction workers and their mental health and well-being at the University of Cambridge. And they have the highest suicide rate in the UK. It's 3 times for men in construction, 3 times the national average. And, social support is one of those key items that can become the missing link in a puzzle like this, in a puzzle of solving those high suicide rates or high levels of depression or helping somebody out who's going through a tough time. So on that note, I would like to, after having talked about all of these different aspects, try and include as much information as I can in this time frame. But one thing that I would like to ask you to think about is this. If you were to write the script for your life, given everything we've discussed so far, just as there are script writers for shows, for plays, for movies, if you were to become the scriptwriter for your life and to fill out that blank piece of paper with what you would like to do for your career, to have happen in your career, in terms of your relationships, to have going on in that area, in terms of fitness, health, anything, key aspects of your life, what would you write down for that life script? And I'm going to leave you with a question developed by De Chazer, which really is a pioneer when it comes to therapy. And he is no longer here, unfortunately, but he came up with what is known, in the public domain as the miracle question. And it's something that you can reflect on after this talk. But the question goes like this, that he developed. Suppose that while you were sleeping tonight, a miracle happens. The miracle is that the problem that you may have, is solved. However, because you're sleeping, you don't know that the miracle has happened. So when you wake up tomorrow, what will be different that will tell you a miracle has happened and the problem is solved? So what will be different? And as you reflect on this and you're imagining yourself, could it be perhaps that there's now a light in your eyes that you didn't have before? Or maybe you feel more energized as you go about your day-to-day. Maybe you're walking with your shoulders back now, more confidently. So what is different? And as you go about your day-to-day and you come across friends and family, how will they know that a miracle has taken place and something different, something has happened? What will they see? How will you appear to them? So think about that, and think about the things that you can adopt for yourself to improve your life and to get closer to your goals and your dreams. On that note, I would like to thank One Young World Bath once again for having me. It's been a real pleasure to take part. And I would love to meet you all afterwards. So thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olivia. So my name is Ahmed. I'll be hosting the panel today. So I'm a first-year politics with econ student. I'm also part of MUN Society, and I'm also part of the organizing committee of One Young World Bath. It's really an honor to take part in SDG 3, Health and Wellbeing, today. So now I would like to invite the panelists to start the discussion. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. So I would like first to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. So let's start with Toloa.
Oh yeah, that's me. I was looking at you.
I was looking at you too.
No, it's me. Hi, I'm Tulua, and my official title is Wellbeing and Leadership Coach. And essentially what I do is work with a lot of universities, Bath included, to create wellbeing programs. And I work with a lot of tech organizations to create leadership programs that have wellbeing at the heart of it. Because as you already know, we need leaders with backbone and heart. And so part of my job is to really create that sort of holistic leadership and to coach them as well. That's what I do.
Thank you so much. So let's go to Federico.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Federico. I'm originally Italian, from the very sunny south of Italy, very different certainly climate than we have here. And I guess I'm very privileged to be here as well because I'm an alumni from the University of Bath. So I studied my a master's in innovation and technology management, and I cherish those years. That year really in Bath was a great year. So a bit more about me. Coming from Italy, my background is in engineering. However, all I do right now is more focused on people. And this is the things I love the most, and I probably think that a lot of us here have that sort of inclination. Currently, I'm the global sales enablement manager at caucus, which is a fintech company in the UK. And despite my role is, of course, to enable commercial people to add value in the customer interaction. Of course, ultimately driving more business for the organizations. A lot of my focus is on utilizing mindfulness-based methodologies to help people perform better, but ultimately improve their mental health. And I think I'm a big believer that organizations must prioritize the mental health of their employees, because that's at the basis of our psychology, and without that, we won't be able as well to do our best in our job, and especially feel good about what we do every day, because I think that's what drives us to improve and to lead as well. So looking forward to speak more about this topic, and I'll hand over back to you.
Thank you so much, Federico. So now, last, Meg. So, start with you.
Oh goodness, no pressure whatsoever. Hi everyone, my name is Meg Zinat-Mamithi, and I wear a lot of different titles, but generally I'm a global mental health leader and consultant, and I am the founder and CEO of an incredible education company called MindMapper. I'm the CYP head of innovation at Mind, and I'm also a One Young World ambassador. And just for context, yes. And just for context, the reason that I have my company today is because I attended the 2018 One Young World Summit in The Hague, and if it wasn't for that, I don't think I would have made the leap to transform MindMapper from a campaign that I started at uni to a research and development company, and then building it as this global mental health education company. So really and truly, like everyone here today, if there's that one thing that you're thinking about, that thing that literally breaks your heart, and that thing that you can't stop thinking about when you wake up, this is the right moment, and you wouldn't be surprised that there's other people in this room today that are passionate about the same thing. So yeah, One Young World was the beginning of my story, so I'm really proud to be here today. And then just for context, the things that I'm really, really passionate about is literally mental health, education, and young people. So I'm really excited to be on this panel today.
Thank you so much. So now, I'm really honored, one more time I want to say, to be with you guys. Let's start the discussion. So first, I would like to ask you all briefly, like a short question. What does good mental health and well-being look like to you? And feel free to provide any examples, any personal examples. So let's start with Federico.
Sure. Yeah, that's. I think mental health can mean different things for everyone. I think what I would start from saying is what mental health is not. I don't think it's first of all a destination. Mental health is not a destination. It's an ongoing thing that will be throughout our lives. It's like a spectrum. We go from moments, of course, that are, good moments for us and moments that are a bit more difficult. But of course, on the other side, there is always, a situation where things will get better, right? Which comes to the aspect of resilience. In my case, in very simple terms, I think mental health means being equally connected to your internal world as you are to your external one. I think nowadays we are very much bombarded and stimulated from the outside world, that we tend to focus on things outside. So what that has done to us is that caused us to be disconnected for our mind and body. And I think that's where a lot of the issues come from, because if you are connected with your mind and your body, you are much more able to face the uncertainty and the challenges in the external world. So I think for me personally, how I try to do that, I believe first of all that the breath is the thing that unifies the mind and the body, and therefore when you're able to come back to the center is where you can find the strength and the presence to face whatever is in front of you. And the second one is also meditation, and which is I'm a teacher I teach meditation in organizations. And I think for me has been the most significant and influent practice that I've ever employed. So 30 minutes minimum meditation for me every day. It's the way I try to start my day, and of course spending time in nature. So at time bringing together a practice like grounding, which is for none of you that might know that grounding simply means contact with nature. So for example, being barefoot on the grass, or it can be in a garden, in a park, whatever it may be. And then at the same time reconnecting with your breath is a powerful practice to ground you and make you feel like, all the challenges you might be facing in life, seem like less of a difficult task, I would say. So yeah, that's my view.
Thank you so much. Should we start with Meg?
Oh, go to me. That's fine. So I'm going to work like a little bit backwards, because I think sometimes when we use some of these terms, it's really hard to start having conversations if we don't know what it means. So when we hear around the word mental health, it's a buzzword at the moment, but what does that actually mean? So when we say mental health, what we mean is it's the overall maintenance of our thoughts, emotions, our feelings, and our actions. What does that mean? Our thoughts are completely different to our emotions and our feelings. And it's this idea that mental health is exactly the same as physical health, and it's on a spectrum. So there's good mental health and there's bad mental health. So when we talk about good mental health, what we mean is when all of these things are working simultaneously in a good way. It means that even though you may feel really bad today, you've got all the resources and the skills to be able to deal with that. You mentioned earlier around coping skills. That's what good mental health is. And when we say the word resilience, there's that misconception that resilience means that you're just plowing through. And I think that's what's been really negative. I think when I was growing up as well, the whole idea of being resilient is that things happen and you just go forward. Or in our day-to-day, we move. Like, oh, I missed the bus, we move. I failed that test, we move. I got broken up with, we move. And that's literally what resilience means. But if we flip it on, what does healthy resilience mean? Healthy resilience can mean, I actually cried today, or I had a breakdown. Or for instance, like someone like me, I'm diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, depression, anxiety, and I'm also a recovering anorexic. That doesn't mean that I'm any less resilient. It just means that sometimes on a day where I'm not feeling as amazing, I still have good well-being because I have the skills, the resources, and services I need to thrive, regardless of what comes in. So I just wanted us to kind of flip it on that way, where actually even the terminology we use can affect how good our well-being is.
Really interesting. Thank you so much. Let's move to Olivia, Dr. Olivia.
Sure. So if we're looking at the definition of health by the WHO states that health is not just the absence of disease or infirmity. Because, generations ago, decades ago, people thought that that's what health meant. If you're not sick, then you're healthy. But it is so much more than that. We're looking at social health, of course, physical health, all of these different aspects. And mental health is part of that. And if we're looking at the definition of mental health, it is this feeling of well-being in which you're able to cope with life stresses. Now, there's also mental disorders, and if we're looking at, again, the definition of a mental disorder according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which psychiatrists and doctors use to assign diagnoses, if you have a condition which is impairing and it's stopping you from fulfilling your work duties, your duties in your personal life. So for example, you can't sleep anymore. You find it difficult to concentrate on your tasks at work. You feel that you're more irritable than before. It can be a number of things. And if this is causing you impairment, if it's disabling, then that is defined as a mental disorder. And there are a number of mental disorders. So, there's a spectrum, and there are many, many different components that fall under mental health and well-being, but mental disorder is also, part of this whole discussion. So, and symptoms, because perhaps you don't classify, when we're just looking at the clinical context, maybe you don't classify for a disorder, but there are threshold conditions, sub-threshold conditions in which you have some of the symptoms. So, it's a big discussion.
Yeah, it's really big, I think. Thank you so much. So now, Tolawa, what do you think?
What else is there to say? What does good mental health mean to me? And I think for me, it's all about self-awareness. And, why I say this is because I want to talk a little bit about my story and what I see a lot in my clients. So most of the time in coaching, when I'm sitting in front of a client, literally, a lot of what they say is, I don't want to talk about it. This thing that's happened to me, I don't want to talk about it. And sometimes you even see that in the body language. Like you said, I just broke up with my partner, don't want to talk about it. I'm stressed at work, but I don't really want to talk about it. And sometimes you cannot solve a problem if you don't identify what the problem is. And I think it's the same for your good days or for your bad days, but having the language of what is the thing that is happening to me right now, for me, is the start of a conversation of mental health. And I think even when I think back to my life and when I've had really dark times or just really low periods of life, I was trying to run away from it. Half of the time, I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Like, yeah, we just got to get to it. Like, I'm doing the most to not actually look at the problem. And I think the start of a conversation of actually, how am I feeling today? Just checking in with yourself. For me, that's the whole beauty of mental health and that spectrum as well.
Thank you so much. And it's really interesting you talked about we always go away from the actual problem and we just work or we make ourselves busy. You're really right. And thank you so much all for answering this question. So now we'll go to the next question, which is specifically to Meg. So yeah. In what ways can we create a culture of well-being and self-care within local communities and encourage individuals to prioritize their mental health as they pursue their business goals? What do you think?
God, that's a really big question. I don't think I'll be able to answer it today. But I think one of the big things, especially everyone in this room and for universities and chancellors in the room as well, is co-production. Sometimes we think that every shoe will fit. I know I've got tiny feet and I don't think you'll fit into my shoes. I've got 3.5 size feet. And it's this idea that actually we should be creating place-based solutions. So what might work for King's College London might not work for Bath. And this idea of creating strategies where everyone's voices are heard is really important. So in terms of developing strategies and interventions for actual local communities, particularly this local community is built with students, is built with members of staff, is built with educators and those that work behind the scenes. All of those voices kind of need to be heard. So I think before you even think about solutions, it's really important to get everyone in the room and actually do a diagnostic of what is currently the reality, what are the things that are faced. For a lot of the students in this room, whether you're first year, second year, you are postgrad, or you are now an educator, your realities are very different. And I think it's really important that we actually identify, like you said, what are the main things, what are the main challenges to your mental well-being and your development. And then from there, working together on all different layers, from a whole kind of university approach or a whole community approach, figuring out from early intervention all the way to crisis, because there's mental well-being, like you said, the day-to-day management, but there are those that potentially could have a breakdown, or when you're studying, everyone's been through it where you're in the library and you're thinking, what am I doing here? Will I ever graduate? And you have those moments of self-doubt. For other people, it actually goes into crisis where it's not just that moment, it's weeks or months where they're feeling that way. So it's really important that it caters for everyone. And then in the other part of the question you asked, was it about strategies?
Yes.
So I think the big thing around strategies is finding out what works for you. And that's why we built a program that's called Building Your Mindful Toolbox, which is this whole idea of giving people choice. Sometimes I really hate having conversations without having people. So it's like, I hate when we have conversations about young people, students, without them being there. So my whole thing is like no conversations for me without me. And one of the big things I think for a lot of people that are dealing with their mental well-being, you're never offered a choice. When you're going through a crisis, everyone is just like, okay, good, you get your referral to CAMS, IAPT, or the NHS, or you're put into a inpatient or whatever, and there's not necessarily a choice, or you're having a collaborative approach to what you need. So being able to have a place where you get to learn these strategies in the same way that we learn around financial well-being, in the same way that all of us grew up knowing about how to keep physically healthy, our 5 a day, you have that choice. Because you know the knowledge and the strategies behind it, you find out what works for you. So where meditation will work for you definitely doesn't work for me. I am definitely irritable and I'm very anxious, so sitting down is really difficult for me. However, mindfulness may look something slightly different. Yoga worked really well for me in final year because I couldn't sit still. Being able to still process that ability of mindfulness and breathing but with movement really helped me. But if I didn't have that resource, if I didn't have that education and that knowledge, I wouldn't have been able to find that out. So I think the big thing is being able to be exposed to all of the different strategies and having the choice and dominion to test them and find what works.
Yeah. It's really interesting what you said, because as a student, and I think everyone here agrees with me, each one of us have a different strategy that works for them. No one have the same strategy. No, and if you have the same strategy, it's really let's say 1,000 in one. So yeah, it's really hard, yeah. So let's move to the next question. The next question will be pointed out for Tolowa and Federico. So I'd like to ask you, how can young people help to increase the awareness of the importance of mental health and well-being in university and workplace? So, let's start with Tolowa.
I just want to make sure I heard your question. So how can young people help increase the awareness of mental health?
Yeah, of mental health and well-being in universities and workplace.
Yeah, absolutely. So, little plug here is I do a program with Bath University for our cheeky plug, babes, for our black students, right? And actually, what I'm about to say actually really comes from our conversations in those programs. And I think one of the ways to increase awareness is actually the conversations you naturally have with people. Now, as I think has already been mentioned, mental health itself is a big, big, big umbrella. And so sometimes when you're having a conversation with someone and you're just saying, actually, my mental health is bad today, what that other person might do is just pause because they don't know how to have that conversation. They're like, oh, what should I do? I don't want to offend this person. But what if we just break it down? And again, it goes back to what I said about the language that we use, about how we're actually feeling. So when I'm having a conversation with someone and I say, how are you? The natural thing is, yeah, I'm good. When I say on a scale of 1 to 10, how are you really doing? 10 being you're so excited, you have energy. 1 being you're so tired. And then actually, I'm a 1.2. So is that good? So on that scale, there's something there. And I'm saying, okay, tell me more, Meg, about that. And I think sometimes the conversation you have with people is what raises awareness. It raises awareness for leaders in the room. It raises awareness for people who have influence to say, actually, my team at this university, my team in this program, we need to do something better. Because every time I ask how you're doing, people are telling me I'm exhausted, I'm tired, I actually don't have the motivation. And therefore that changes what is possible, because we're not just going from, yeah, how's your mental health? Yeah, it's pretty all right, I think. Yeah, I'm good. So actually we're starting to understand the specifics of what's going on. And actually, again, what's possible? What can we start doing? So I think awareness raising sometimes has this whole, again, big term, umbrella. It's like a burden. Let's raise awareness. But I think sometimes it's just in the simple things. It's in our day-to-day, the conversations you have with people. And actually having those conversations to say, hey, scale of 1 to 10, how are you actually doing? To find out what's going on.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So, really good.
Thank you. I guess, I think that what Tolowa said about the importance of having, cultivating that openness in conversation, I think is a great place to start. I feel, based on my experience, I can relate, and I'm sure you would be able to relate to this. When I one of my toughest time from a mental health perspective, at that time, to be honest, I didn't even know what mental health was when I was here at Bath. But I think I had, when I started here, you know, and started my master, it was of course a new environment for me. You know, coming from Italy, still is a different anyway culture, is a different way of teaching and learning as well. For me, what I struggle with is I felt an extreme pressure as soon as I started university that I had already to find a job. And this idea that, you know, I had to, you know, go for a graduate scheme, you know, you see all of these things that the environment is conditioning to create the sort of urgency. I felt when I still had to figure out how to face my day-to-day activities at university, I had to already think about what I was going to do next. So that extreme pressure was causing me a lot of issues, because I remember being in classes and not being able to focus because I was thinking about all the other things I had to do. I was seeing people around me doing interviews, doing well with interviews. I didn't even know how to prepare for an interview at the time, right? So all of these things, you know, really affected me. And I think what though is at that time, you know, talking about meditation in this case, that has been what has worked for me, is that when I actually had to find a way just to cope, but I found it by myself. And in the university around me, I didn't have heard any sorts of conversation around, you know, mental health or maybe other people struggling the same way I was. So I felt quite alone in that process. And it was lucky enough that I went for researching it myself and finding that. Now, I think the way you try and raise the awareness, and I think is something that we can do better at, is first of all, if you are one of those people that, you know, you are today, you're thinking about that, the first is to reflect about first why it's important to you, I think, is the first place to start. Because you want to know why it's important to you, and you want to know also what mental health is for you. Once you know these two things, what you can start doing that, you can start engaging, as talking about the topic of conversation, you can start engage in conversations. And the aim would be to find other people around you that I have the same interest or the same objective as you have. And I think the only way I believe that, for example, at that time when I was a student, something would have actually raised my awareness around that is perhaps hearing stories of other people that maybe joining a certain community or a student-led organization were able to overcome a particular, you know, difficulty from a, you know, psychological standpoint. So that would have perhaps drawn me into that sort of group and actually helped me also in a different way. So I think, to summarize that, my view is starting from your why matters to you, then looking at what mental health means to you, and also perhaps, you know, understanding a bit more about, you know, things like depression, anxiety, what it means for people and for students, and then really try and cultivate communities around that can generate then stories about people that have joined communities or that have overcome some of those challenges through that particular vehicle. I think that's probably my biggest advice on that.
Thank you so much for your advice, Federico. So let's move to the next question to Olivia. So what is an effective strategy for overcoming procrastinations and becoming motivated that you develop in your book, The Instant Mood Fix?
Well, I've talked about a number of the strategies today, but essentially I did a study at, we did a study at the University of Cambridge, and it was on over 30,000 people, and it's based on a study that is one of the longest running studies on health and psychological health. And essentially we looked at women who were living in deprived areas, and what we found was that those living in deprived areas had higher levels of anxiety than those living in more affluent areas, as you might expect. But when we looked closer, we found that even if women were living in deprivation, those women with a particular set of coping resources were able to still manage. And, you know, and that was really interesting. And anyway, I talked at length about this in a previous talk that I gave. It's actually a TED Talk, which, you know, if you're interested in checking it out, it's about how to cope with anxiety. So the title is How to Cope with Anxiety. And so, you know, in spite of what you are facing, essentially, if you harness these coping resources that I talk about in that presentation, then it can protect you when you're faced with difficulties and when you're faced with hardship. And one of these resources is increasing your self-control. And I talked a little bit about self-control today, but you know, thinking about the things that you can do to boost your self-control is really important. And you know, overall, when it comes to procrastination, it's about another thing that I would like to mention. People often think that they need to feel like it before they get started with something. They need to, they want to feel that motivation first. But actually, it's the other way around. If we're looking at the research, motivation follows action. So first you get started, you take those first few steps, and then the next ones become easier, and it becomes like a domino effect. So motivation follows action.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olivia. So moving to the next question, which will be for Meg, and again, Dr. Olivia. What are some ways to prioritize physical and mental health as a student, even when faced with busy schedules and academic demands, as most of us here, I think?
I'm going to just start. I'm going to move away from like research and all of that stuff and just talk about my own personal experience. Because obviously I was a student, and it was in my second year where I had like my breakdown and stuff, and that was really difficult. I think for two reasons. I've definitely been where you guys are, where it's like the pressures of you have to like go, and there's the expectations for your academic, your grades, things like family expectations, your own expectations, like, you know, what you want to achieve, but also like the looming, dooming thing of, I don't have long here, my degree, like when you get to second year, you're like, oh my god, we're in second year, and like first semester finishes and you're like, oh my goodness, I need a job. And then I was studying PPE, so like everyone was like, oh, like where are you intern? And I was thinking, bro, I can't even just think about this assignment. And you're asking me if I'm doing assessment centers. I was like, I just need to breathe. So for that reason, I was just like, I think the big thing that you need to focus on is the things that you can control, and the things that you can control is your time, right? And I think the big thing for me was, instead of making mental health like a luxury, it was a priority. Like, I am a priority. I shouldn't come as a second thought. Okay. Like, it's my life or my career or my journey or my identity as a student doesn't exist without me, just as me. I'm Meg before I am a PPE student. I'm Meg before I was an entrepreneur. I'm Meg before I wanted to become an investment banker. I'm Meg before all of those things. And at the forefront, what do I need to feel whole and ready to go? Because just like, I hate this saying, but it's generic that we've got it here, but you can't pour from an empty cup. If you're going when you've got no energy, how do you do that? And I think one of the big things that we always use is like, I don't even have my phone, but when your phone is running low, what do? You charge it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right? That's the main thing you do. You're like, oh my goodness, I've got 2%, I need to go find a charger. But when you're running low, what do? Sometimes we just go, right? Yeah. And I think the big thing to do when you're thinking about your weeks and your time, even if you start really small. So for me, I was like, wasn't really a morning person, but really needed to be, because I should have been in the library. But I definitely worked better, or I told myself that I worked better late nights. Why was I doing that to myself? Am I an owl? Do I need to be up in the midnight? No. But I think the big thing that really helped me was like, okay, I can't be those people that, you know, in terms of developing habits, like not to try and change everything at once. So what I did is I blocked something out called Meg Day. And that was a day of the week, and I started off with a couple of hours, just for a day of the week that was just for me. So I want you all, and I'm going to challenge you all, to create your own me time. And what that looked like on Saturday mornings, for the first like 2 hours, I started with 2 hours because I said I don't want to fail at this because it'll make me really upset. So I thought, oh, I need the kind of idea of like wins, like, and I was like, okay, 2 hours in the morning on a Saturday is just blocked out for me, and it was whatever I wanted to do. And I knew potentially things that made me happy, so I really want you guys to think about, what is it that makes you happy? Like, what is it that fills you up? And they're called battery chargers. So what is it that fills your battery up? For me, it was nature. I love going on walks. I just love it. And I think being in London as well, where there's not a lot of parks, I was just like, okay, my dedication on a Saturday is I don't want any contact time. So I would even tell my friends and family, on a Saturday, it's Meg Day. If you look on my phone now, I still have it, and it's been like 4 years since I've been doing it, where Saturdays are Meg Day. So
you're doing it continuously?
Yeah, I do it continuously, so you guys are part of my Meg Day, which I love, so shout out to you all. But the big thing for me was creating that boundary, because I protect it, because I make it priority, everyone around me does. So it became this conversation with my friends like, what are you going to do for Meg Day? And my family like, oh, I'm going to give myself a me day as well. And it was so key, because you find, because you're investing in it, because you're interested, you become like obsessed. So it's like going to the gym, like you're obsessed with self-care and providing time for you. And people always say, oh, like self-care is selfish, but I think that's good. It's good to be selfish, like to put yourself first, because if you charge yourself, then you can help others. So that's one thing I definitely want to say, and as a student, it really helped. When I was in the library, I was like, listen, I just got 1 more hour, and then when I switch off, Meg Day's tomorrow. And if it even meant that you just needed to sleep, rest and recovery is a big component of mental health. Like, a lot of us as students don't get sleep. Oh my goodness, I was not sleeping. So to check yourself, that's a really key thing. Like, do an assessment on yourself, a mental health fitness check, and see where it is. Do you need silence? Do you need time where actually utilising and building your support network and having the people around you, but also if you're someone that needed more support. So there was a time where I realised, actually, I can't solve everything myself, and that's fine. There's the self-care, but there's also the idea of reaching out to services. Please don't feel afraid that you have to be at breaking point to access support. I know potentially your university will have a wellness group, or you have other people and services that you can support at uni. If you feel like you're going through a prolonged period where you're like, you know what, I'm doing everything that I can in my control, and yet I'm still feeling like run down, I'm still feeling a bit anxious, I need some more support, do reach out. It's important to have multiple different strategies. So those are the things that really helped me.
It's really crucial what you said. Thank you so much,
No
Dr. Olivia.
You know, one thing that I wanted to mention in line with that, so, you know, because self-care is important, and you can't take care of other people until you take care of yourself first. I think that's key. And doing things that can help your mental health and well-being, and surrounding yourself with people, you know, taking it one step at a time. Because I think that, you know, there's so much advice out there and so many things that we could be doing. But what you want to do is to just pick 2 things. Start off like that. Pick 2 things that resonated with you. Just notice them and set them aside, and think about how you can chip away at them gradually.
Thank you so much. So because of the time constraint, we'll have 2 more questions. So one of them will be for Toloa. What are some examples of people who have overcome significant obstacles through resilience and determination, and what can we learn from their experiences?
So one of the people that come to mind is one of my clients, and let's just call her Sarah, because her name is Sarah. But but you know, I worked with her for a year. She was on one of my wellbeing and leadership programs, and at the start of the program. So maybe just imagine for yourself, start of university, maybe you're just excited and you're like, let's go, you know, you have that momentum and motivation. It was sort of the same for Gina. At the start of this program, she was like, I just want to learn everything about leadership. I want to be the best leader. You know, I want well-being to be at the center of how we lead at the organization. And then come month 3, this was a year program, her engagement just started to go a bit low. You know, I'm calling Gina, Gina's not picking up her phone, emailing Gina. You know, Gina, Sarah, she's not picking up her phone. And the reason I give this example is because the next coaching session I had with her, she was like, I can't do this program anymore. There's just too much happening. I can't, I'm sorry. And I said, okay, before you leave the program, just tell me, how are you actually doing? And then she was like, actually, my mom is really ill. She has cancer. At work, it's just me and my team. My partner just left me. And she had a list of everything that is going on. So naturally made sense that she couldn't do this anymore. Naturally made sense that she felt tired and exhausted and it's like, why is life against me? But actually what we did in that conversation was a question that I asked Sarah. And I said, actually, what would fill your cup with joy today? Forget about everything else. Because all of those things are outside of your control. Your mom is ill. You're the only one on your team. Your partner just left you. Today, what would fill your cup with joy? And she was like, I just need sleep. I just want 2 hours where I can actually sleep. And that coaching call was meant to be an hour and a half. And I said, Gina, listen, if we can get 90 minutes of you sleeping right now, let's do it. Because nobody knows where you are. You're meant to be on a coaching conversation. So why don't we just close this session now? And promise me, please just take it to sleep. And I think there's something about her story. And what's interesting about Sarah is that she actually went on to complete the program. Like, life was still difficult. Her mom was still ill throughout the program. Work was still challenging throughout the program. Her partner still did not come back throughout the program, right? Like, life was lifing. But I think the biggest thing about resilience is when you break it into small steps. When you have a plate of food in front of you, you don't eat the food all at once, right? We take small bites, one at a time. And sometimes resilience is just what is possible for me today? It's not about tomorrow, just now, just today, this hour, this second. And I think, like, I use her story every time because that's what inspires me. When it gets too much, and I look at my to-do list and I'm just like, woo, adulting is ghetto. Like, this is not what I signed up for, you know? I'm just like, this is too much. I'd literally just ask myself, what would fill my cup with joy today? And I start from there. And I think there's something there about what that means for us in how we show up for ourselves and for other people.
Thank you so much. I think it's really crucial that I think everyone goes through hard days, and we should never give up, as you said. We should go take it step by step until everything goes well again. So yeah, thank you so much. One last question. Yes.
And that reminds me of something which I think is important for us all to remember, which is to be kind to ourselves and to forgive ourselves when things don't go as planned, because it can be so easy to slip up, to make a mistake, to have something not work out, and then you start blaming yourself, and then this stresses you out or raises your anxiety, makes you feel down. So just take the time to forgive yourself and let go, of any mistakes that you might have made a few moments ago, to mistakes made in the past. Because when you do this, it can allow you to start fresh and to let go of the burden. So it's about whatever has happened in the past, no matter how big or small, even something that happened yesterday, just forgive yourself and let go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So the last question, please, you can answer this briefly because of the time constraint. Federico, what are some common barriers to building a resilient mindset and in the workplace, and how can they be addressed?
Sure. So I think, as I mentioned before, I started from this idea of that in the workplace, and it comes down to leadership. I've been in organizations where leadership, I really want to use a bad word, but anyway, they didn't care about ultimately the people in the organizations. They were very business-driven people. And they were, I would say, blind to the sort of culture that was generated in the organization. And I was in the organization, and particularly working in an environment which is, has always been a commercial environment. So talk about my main audience is generally salespeople. So salespeople are people that perhaps compared to maybe some of the average, I would say, employee are much more stressed because there is more pressure. There is a lot more to be done, and that of course has an impact on the challenges you face on a day-to-day basis, because of course you have your life that poses some challenges, but you have also your work, which is always on the go. What I noticed at that time, I realized that there was this big idea of, you need to be strong, you need to be resilient, you need to push through the emotion, but more like in the idea of suppressing the emotion, repressing the emotion, so you could be strong. But I could see around me, because I've always been very open with people, and I could see how some people around me were struggling, and I struggle as well as a salesperson. So when I got the opportunity over time to become more of somebody who could train salespeople, I did an experiment, and the experiment was, okay, so I'm responsible now to onboard every single salesperson that comes through this organization. And the organization, because of COVID, was growing very fast. So there was, in 1 year, the organization hired 200 salespeople. So for an entire year, every 3 weeks, I will have a group of 15 to 20, mostly young people, starting, maybe most of them were coming out of university, and onboarding them to the organization. So I thought, okay, I could teach about the product knowledge, the customer knowledge, I could teach them about, how to sell, all this kind of stuff. But I said, okay, I'm going to integrate some psychological modules in this onboarding for 2 weeks. And the aim was simple. I know the challenge that these people are going to face in the job, because I've done the job. So it's a bit like you think, I've been a student, I know what challenge the student face, and therefore I could design something with the expertise I had in psychology, but also the understanding of what they were going to face, and I started embedding slowly in the organization. So the aim was essentially to prepare those people to have some tools that when it was needed to use them, when they were faced the challenge, they could leverage it. Now, what will happen to me, it was shocking in the sense that we went from an onboarding that had a rating of 67%, satisfaction, which is pretty crap, if I have to be honest with you, to a 95%. Also, I will have people normally at the beginning they will share with me, oh, you know, this is amazing, this is working very well for me. But then at the pub, which is often happen in England, you know, when people start drinking a little bit, they come to you and they start telling you about the things, you know, that are something that has resonated with them, right? And I remember people saying to me, coming to me and saying, you know what, that thing you told me on that module, I actually take it on board, I loved that, and actually taught it to my wife and my kids. When that happened, I realized, I said to myself, holy crap, you know, this is, you know, there's something there, and that's what led me to continue there. But ultimately, I think what we can do in organization and workplace is not about, okay, once the problem has occurred, you know, we just have to revert to something that can be counseling service or therapy or, employee assistance services. This is when the problem has escalated to a point where you need something like that. It's about how do you create systems that help people, students, workers, to prevent that to happen in the first place. And I think that's what we need to do a better job in terms of educating, young people particularly, that they join organizations. They're the one, as you say, the leaders of the future that can change that, because all starts in organization from leadership. If leadership doesn't have those principles, even if I'm one employee that has this drive, I will find it extremely, extremely hard to change the culture, because a lot of it is from the top, right? So that's my advice.
Thank you so much, Federico. I think you want to say something, Dr. Olivia? You want
Yes.
to? Yeah.
The thing that I wanted to say is that we have to look at the mindset of the organization as well. That's really important. And what is the culture like? So, for example, you know, some companies have this blame culture, so that if somebody makes a mistake, they're blamed, they're afraid to speak up. You know, you don't have that sense of psychological safety in the workplace. People don't feel like they can speak freely and state their opinions. So what is the culture like? Do you have people working late nights, but at the expense of their health and their families? That's really important when we're looking at mental health in the workplace. So it's about moving away from this fixed mindset, you know, because it goes back to the research on the growth versus the fixed mindset. And the fixed mindset, you know, when you make a mistake, you see it as something devastating and it can really stunt your growth. But let's move towards the growth mindset, and organizations, you know, have been taught, there's work ongoing to teach organizations how to do that. So instead of seeing a mistake as something that is extremely detrimental, let's see it as a learning opportunity. And how can we shift our mindset so that it is more beneficial for the employees, for the leadership team? And it also takes empowering people, empowering them at all levels to make decisions. It takes having resilience resources for your staff in the organization. I was talking to the talent retention and development lead at Rolls-Royce, and they have a pool of resilience resources for their workers, and this includes talks, books, materials, training resources that helps people when it comes to their mental health and well-being, and teaches them what they can do. And also it's about consistent messaging. So consistently messaging the people with, like in line with all of these different things, making sure that you don't just have one event, one thing that you do for mental health and well-being for people, because they're going to forget the information. It needs to be repeated. The messaging needs to be repeated. And people need to feel like they can open up if they're struggling. They can open up to you as the manager, that there are mechanisms in place that can help people or keep them in work, or perhaps if they're not able to work full-time, part-time, you know, there needs to be flexibility. So we also have to think about, you know, all of these aspects, especially when we're implementing mental health plans at work.
Thank you so much. Because of time constraint, we'll start the Q&As if you don't have anything.
That's fine.
Yeah. So now we'll start the Q&As for the audience. Please raise your hand if you have any question and wait for the mics to come to you, then ask your question. So if you have any question, please raise your hands. So, yeah.
Hello. I often find that obviously everyone's got their own thing going on, and like you said, looking after your own mental health isn't a selfish thing, but sometimes what other people do can trigger your own mental health, and are kind of trying to communicate that without kind of derailing them. How would you go about that?
Okay. Is that a question to us all? Is that a question? All. Okay. So this is actually something I really, really struggled with at the beginning of like, I really get annoyed sometimes when everyone's like, yeah, we should talk about it more, we should talk about it more. But no one talks about how we don't get taught how to listen. There are so many times you will open up and instantly regret it because you've opened up to the wrong person. Or like you said, that person might actually be detrimental to your own well-being. So what I tried to learn how to do was being able to acknowledge this idea of capacity. I know that sounds like a really awful word to use and it seems really clerical, but it's really good to be able to do it because it seems like we all know what the word capacity means. It means like you don't have what you need, or you're empty, that you don't have exactly what you need. So when I feel like someone is detrimental for my well-being, I'll just be like, I really don't have the capacity to support right now, but I'm always here if you need me to. Or this idea, actually right now, life is not great and like I just need like a couple of weeks, but I love you from a distance and I'll be back. So it's about creating those healthy boundaries, and I think the word capacity really helps. But for me, and I realised what you were saying, which is so interesting, we were saying how similar we are. We use a form score, which is all this idea around, instead of talking about feelings and words, because everyone has their own interpretations, actually by using numbers. So you can say, I'm in a season right now. This season, I'm very, very, very sure I'm riding 2s and 1s at the moment. I'm good, I don't have the capacity to talk about it right now, but when I'm ready, I'll bring it up for you. So instead of it being like you're waiting for people to ask questions or waiting for that awkward conversation, you've already gone and been proactive, and then they have the responsibility to respond to that in a way that works best. But I think the word capacity works so well, and it was something one of my friends taught me, and I use it all the time now. Like, I just don't have the capacity, and it's so good. You're just like, yeah, see you later. And it's really, really good. And don't feel afraid to say that as well. Like, you have choice and dominion. Like, it will feel very uncomfortable, but the people that are meant to stay in your life will stay in your life, and the people that are not, they don't. Let them go.
So, think
that's a great question. Other people influencing us and sometimes in negative ways. So, emotions are contagious. Emotions can be contagious. And again, if we're going back to the studies, if you're surrounded by people who, or even by one person, like let's say it's your partner, who tends to be pessimistic or more pessimistic, then this can rub off on you. And in the same way that negative emotions can rub off on people, so can positive emotions. Like happiness is also contagious. And for this reason, it is important for us to take steps to surround ourselves with positive people. But sometimes you're caught in a really difficult situation. It could be a situation of abuse, it could be emotional abuse, physical abuse, psychological abuse. And in those instances, one of the things is thinking about moving away from that, moving away, and it can really help to work with a counselor or a trained professional as you're taking steps to do that.
Thank you so much. Really sorry, because of the time constraint, we have other panels to also introduce and discuss. We should end our panel now. Thank you so much. And if anyone have any other questions later, we can talk outside and you can come to us for any specific questions, if everyone is fine with that. Thank you so much. It was really an honor to be here with you.
But also thank you to you as well. Like,
thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. So this session is going to be about SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. So we've got some, our keynote is going to be done by Dr. Andy Palmer, who is founder of Palmer Automotive. But he is most known for being the Chief Operating Officer at Nissan and launched the revolutionary Nissan Leaf electric car. So without further delay, let's welcome him to the stage for his keynote speech. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be speaking to you here today. What a beautiful university. I've been to Bath many times, but I've not been here before. I hope to share some ideas about the future of mobility, of transportation, and reflect a little on my career in the automotive industry. When I was invited to give this speech, obviously I checked my diary and got a little worried. After all, it means missing the Formula One qualifiers. But when I spoke to Ioana and Kitana, and I probably mispronounced your names, and the team, I quickly realized this was exactly the type of forum that I wanted to engage in. After all, those of you in this room are the leaders of tomorrow, and your potential is limitless as you embark on your lives in this fast-changing, and today I have to say fascinating world. Recently I saw an old saying from Andy Warhol that states, they always say time changes things, but you actually have to change them yourself. It's a phrase that lingered with me for a few days after hearing it, not least because it's a perfect reflection of the world that we see today. In fact, it could very much be argued that right now is the most exciting period in history since the Industrial Revolution. The moves that we as a global community are making towards carbon neutrality is one of such magnitude that we are, for the first time in many decades, now seeing new players enter industries, and new expectations are being set by consumers in every single economic sector. Whilst from the outside it may look like some of that change is being driven by external factors such as government, I'd argue that actually a lot of the change is, as Andy Warhol suggests, being driven from within by businesses and their consumers. Before I come on to explain this thesis in more detail, I wanted to take a couple of moments to introduce myself and to those I haven't yet had the pleasure of encountering. I'm a car guy. I don't know whether that makes me a dinosaur or not, but I'm a car guy. And much of what I'm going to talk to you about today is framed through that lens. My journey as a car guy began in earnest when I left school at 15 and started as an apprentice at Automotive Products in Leamington Spa at the age of 16. It was an imaginatively named company that, you guessed it, made automotive products and eventually became the UK's leading manufacturer for clutches, which of course we don't need anymore, and brakes, which we do. I still remember my first day at Automotive Products because that was the start of the rest of my life. It was there and then that I realized I wanted to build a long career in the car industry. This experience was not only an enriching one because I got to graduate as an apprentice, but also because I was able to truly find myself, find my passion, and then move for the next 5 years to Austin Rover or British Leyland, or the many different names that it had over that period. While I proved myself as an engineer at Automotive Products and at Rover, it was at Nissan that made me into an executive and the person that I am today. I started out in Nissan in 1991 as a manager in business administration. In 2001, I became the Deputy Managing Director for European Engineering at Nissan, and in 2002, I ended up moving to Tokyo, Japan, where I became a Program Director for Nissan's light commercial vehicles. The coming years would prove to be some of the most enriching moments of my career. In 2005, I was promoted to become Corporate Vice President of Light Commercial Vehicles. In 2009, I was promoted to Senior Vice President with responsibilities for planning, global marketing, brand and communications. And I became Executive VP in 2011 before culminating in an appointment as Chief Planning Officer and Chief Operations Officer, where I was responsible for corporate planning, global sales and marketing, light commercial vehicles, Infinity business unit, product planning, program management, marketing intelligence, and most importantly, the zero emission business unit, where I played a central role in developing the Nissan Leaf. The Nissan Leaf, for those of you that don't know, was the first modern day electric car. We truly did some great things at Nissan. In particular, I'm most proud of forging a new niche in the industry with that first electric car that sold en masse, the Nissan Leaf. Development of the Leaf started 15 years ago and was established as a response to the Toyota's successful hybrid, the Prius. But instead of going toe-to-toe with Toyota and creating a hybrid of our own, we took the bold move, I think it was bold anyway, of developing a car that was fully electric. The response from the rest of the industry verged on the edge of ridicule. I distinctly remember one executive from a competitor, an American competitor that I'm not allowed to tell you their name, GM, telling me that we were better off throwing the $4 billion into the Pacific. Needless to say, that company is now scrambling to develop their own EVs as the movement of travel heads towards a net zero future. After more than 2 decades at Nissan, I moved to Aston Martin, where I fulfilled a lifelong dream of becoming the CEO of a major car company. At Aston, I learned a lot about the move towards net zero carbon in our industry, because unlike Nissan, Aston weren't close to developing a future that didn't rely on the internal combustion engine. I had to move the company in that direction and eventually laid the groundwork for an electrification future. But I saw firsthand the difficulty that that journey towards carbon neutrality would bring, particularly in industries like sports cars. Today I'm working with a variety of organisations operating in the net zero space. I'm engaged as Executive Chairman of Innovating, a European manufacturer leading the way in the development of EV battery technologies. I'm the chairman of Hilo. Now this one should interest you. It's a startup EV scooter business. It's trying to make the Volvo of scooters, i.e. safe scooters. And supporting a number of businesses, including Punch Group, in its attempt to acquire Nissan Motor Iberica in Barcelona, to bring what's called hot hydrogen, which is the combustion of hydrogen in pickups as they push towards a net zero future. I was also appointed as an ambassador for COP26, Business Climate Leaders Campaign. I'm committed to dedicating this next phase of my career to developing the next era of net zero carbon transport, and it's therefore appropriate that this is the topic I have the pleasure of discussing with you today. So, now we're acquainted, let me take you back to my years at Nissan. When I began developing the Nissan Leaf, it was the first generation of advanced batteries used in vehicles. Obviously, EVs had existed before, but they used lead-acid batteries. Back then, as we introduced lithium, Nissan decided to use something called a lithium magnesium oxide battery, or NMO. Today, the batteries found in the Leaf are NMC, nickel, manganese, cobalt, a much more efficient and effective battery that both lasts longer as well as charging faster. Other manufacturers have opted for different chemistries. For example, many of the Chinese vehicles that you can buy today use lithium iron phosphate batteries, and these were used particularly in the early days. These are batteries that come at lower cost, but also a lower energy density. With that being said, the cost of batteries nowadays is reducing significantly. When I first introduced the Leaf, a kilowatt hour cost about $1,000. Today, that same kilowatt hour costs about $150. And there's about 60 kilowatt hours in an electric car. This is important, that both cost is coming down to make EVs more affordable, but also that they become more efficient. For governments looking towards shifting from fossil fuels to electric power, this can't come soon enough. For many governments around the world, the approach seems to be to move away from subsidies and towards legislation to encourage an electric revolution. At least 9 countries, including the UK, France, Mexico and Spain, have pledged to phase out the internal combustion engine by around 2035. This is all well and good as long as these governments know where they want to get to. politicians are not famous for being engineers. In fact, there's only 6% of the UK Parliament that has a STEM qualification. I'd throw that in for the politicians around the room. And sometimes they have to ask themselves some fundamental questions. For example, are we trying to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, CO2? I guess so. But are we really chasing cleaner air? Because the technical solution is different. If it's the former that we're looking for, then we should be focusing a little more energy on things like hot hydrogen, cold hydrogen, fuel cell, and synthetic fuels, or excuse me, or e-fuels. While synthetic fuels burn carbon, CO2 is actually captured in the manufacturing process, therefore resulting in synthetic fuels becoming net zero. You may well have seen over the last few weeks there's a huge argument going on in the EU with Germany and Italy joining together to block the legislation around electric vehicles because they want to include synthetic fuels as one of the solutions. Now, if it's clean air that we're chasing, then electric vehicles are the obvious solution as tailpipe emissions get eradicated once and for all. But there are legitimate concerns around the CO2 used in the production of an electric car, the materials in the battery which are mined and manufactured and potentially cause some damage to Mother Earth as a result. Of course, it might be that we also need both. We want to capture CO2 as well as tackle clean air. If that's the case, then what we must do is pay the premium that's associated with that. And given that the only viable option today in this regard is to look at fuel cells from clean hydrogen sources, where today clean hydrogen sources are very, very sparse and also cost an awful lot of money. So there's a challenge there. And I mentioned it earlier, but I want to address several governments around the world who plan to phase out the internal combustion engine over the coming years. This is going to have a big impact and a significant impact on the auto industry as we know it. What our political masters must do now is encourage competitiveness, so much so that the engineers will battle it out to develop new technologies that enable us to get there. If the petrol, diesel-powered combustion engine is a thing of the past, then governments must not prescribe what it believes to be the replacement technology, because it'll end in tears. Politicians should define the problem and let the engineers come up with a solution, engineers or scientists. You may have gathered from my speech so far that I'm an idealist. But I'm also very much a realist, and that's why I urge caution when it comes to viewing electric cars, even as the father of electric cars, or sometimes called the godfather of electric cars. I urge caution by taking them as the only option for our net zero future, because electric cars might not be the best way to get to where we want to get in every instance. They're not terribly good, for example, in heavy goods vehicles. They might not be the solution in sports cars if sports cars are a thing of the future. What I will say is that for normal passenger cars, electric cars are probably, I would say, as sure as death and tax, the future. And I say that because no car company is developing an internal combustion right now. They're all dedicated to developing EVs. But hydrogen could well outperform battery vehicles when it comes to things like heavy goods vehicles. Synthetic fuels, this is where you take the fuel essentially out of the atmosphere. They might, on the other hand, be the solution for the aeronautical industry and might keep on quelling car enthusiasts that want to drive around in sports cars or in old vintage cars like I do. There's no doubt that contemporary scientists working on improving the cleanliness of are working on the synthetic fuels at this point, and it looks very compelling. True, we're not there yet, but we all know how science works. In 5 years' time, we'll achieve what we thought was impossible 10 years ago. The rapid development of the COVID-19 vaccine, to some extent, proves that point, for those of you that are believers in the COVID vaccine, of course. My point ultimately is one of Darwinism. So Darwinism seeks the survival of the fittest. If you take just one technology, its evolution will be slower than if you have competing technologies. So rather than simply saying EV solves everything, and it doesn't, by the way, there's about 70% more carbon consumed in the manufacturing of an EV engine than there is in a petrol engine, so there is a downside. You have to mine minerals, so there's a downside. If you, on the other hand, have competing technologies where engineers are fighting against each other, then inevitably you end up not only having alternatives, but you also end up improving the EV downsides more quickly. So what I'm really saying is that we shouldn't put all of our eggs in one basket. If anything, we should diverse our strategy as much as possible. And as an industry, we should have plan A, plan B, and plan C. It's only by doing this that we can plan that we have a truly resilient future, given all of the changing circumstances. The decisions we take over the coming years will define the next era of human advancement. Getting the economics of batteries and the other net zero fuels right is not something that we can do, but something that we must do. However, doing it is far from certain and far from seamless, given the global challenges of the modern world. Today, I truly believe we find ourselves in the fourth iteration of the Industrial Revolution, a revolution that started with steam power. We'd do well to keep in mind that the fifth iteration might very well be powered by our ability to identify and develop net zero modes of transportation. Getting there, however, is not a natural process. Just as we had to push the boundaries in the past, so too we have to push our boundaries in the present and the future. Changing the world takes sweat and hard work. The revolution is underway, but we have to keep it going. In conclusion, it's been a real pleasure to speak to you today. If there's one thing that I'd like you to remember from this speech, it is the quote from the very beginning. Let me remind you. They always say time changes things, but you actually have to change things yourself. Whatever the circumstances in which we operate, humankind has a rich history of changing and adapting itself, molding around the demands of governments and the expectations of consumers, but always on its own terms. And that's why, right now, it's such a vibrant and exciting time to be engaged in sustainability and transportation. Unlike other changes we've had to contend with in the past, the march towards carbon neutrality is stopping for no one. In other words, don't think more than you might need to about something. Don't speak much about it. Really, just effing get on with it. So, it's all about you. As the next generation, you're the ones that are going to save us. You're the ones that are going to compensate for my generation's bads. And I pass the baton to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Andy Palmer. I'm Nadine. I'm a second-year politics with economics student. I'm also team leader at the Climate Action Bath, and I am chair of Bath Model United Nations Society. So it's safe to say I'm really interested in sustainability, and it's an honor today to be the panel host for the SDG 11. So I may call now the panelists to come here, please. Dr. Palmer, John Kinnell, and Tunde.
Sorry, JFDI, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Amazing. So I will welcome you all to please introduce yourselves to the audience and share anything in particular that you're looking forward to discussing today.
Shall I start?
Let's start with Tim.
I always pick the short straw. All right, great. Thanks, Nadine. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tunde. That's the anglicized version of my name. Is actually Tunde, right? Right, and I like to tell people it's the 8th day of the week, so it helps you to remember it. I'm an architect, chartered environmentalist. I'm a project manager. I am a solutionist. I'm a man with community at my heart. So my career is spanned around working around people, working around creating community, and working particularly now with organizations to help them sort of get in touch with their social purpose, so going beyond profit to actually becoming more climate conscious, as Andy said in his keynote, becoming socially responsible and becoming people-centered. Because I believe at the end of the day, businesses, it's not just all about making financial gain, it's about actually how we improve lives of people and community generally. Currently, I am head of ESG at Hydrock and also an associate director there. Lead a team of consultants who work with both clients internal and externally to sort of improve their sustainability ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunde. John?
So, John Cannell, I suppose my mantra is a bit of an advocate for responsible business. I like and I get very enthused how business is realizing that sustainability is not a cost center, it's an investment center. And how that translates into its activities and outcomes when it is operating within different communities. So my personal view is that business, well, I suppose it's not just my personal view, business has a responsibility when it operates within a community to support the communities that it operates in. And a lot of the times businesses start with environment because they're wanting to support the environment that they operate in. But they actually have a responsibility to the human environment. So that goes beyond offsetting carbon emissions, that goes beyond planting trees, it goes beyond the governance that sits around that. It goes into the areas of the communities, the people that you are impacting, the people that give you the right to operate as a business, as the consumer. So this is where I come from. My career has always focused on the social element of ESG. I don't believe that you can have the environmental without the S and the G. It just doesn't work. They're codependent on each other and they impact on each other. My current roles, I sort of have a bit of a portfolio approach. And the reason why I do that, it helps me scale my knowledge at speed as opposed to if I was just sitting in one particular area or one particular organisation. That's relevant to me, not anybody else. So yeah, that's just how I work best. So I work as the Chief Sustainability Officer for a consulting firm called Benefactum, and they work within the social arena with gender equality, and particularly with marginalised, minoritized communities, not just when you work in lots of communities, there's usually a dominant demographic, so we try and cover and it's looking at more than just equality. It's equality, in my view, can't happen unless we have equitable access, and that's when equality will come. So the other areas that I work in, I also work for an organisation called Capita, and Capita is quite a large organisation. I am their lead for social value, innovation, ethics, and impact. That, again, focuses around the impact that the organisation has within a number of the contracts that it delivers on behalf of central and local government. And when I say the impact, lots of organisations, everybody has the greatest of intentions and wants to bring about change. But quite often we miss the unintended consequence of our actions. And so this is where I sit within the company and look to see how we engage. I thought it was Saved by Fire alarm then. And so how we engage within those communities. And the other area that I sit within, I'm a fellow with the Royal Society of Arts and Commerce, and we work as a global unit in a means of advancing innovation and entrepreneurship for the benefit of social enhancement. Give you an example of it. It's been around since the 1700s, but an example of the innovation and tech that's come about through the RSA. Years and years and years ago, long before any of us were around, they used to send children up into chimneys to clean them. Death rates, impact that, it's quite straightforward what the outcome of that is. So it was the RSA providing grants and I suppose you could call them workshops in order to create tech and innovation that led to the illegal, however you call it, outlawing or, that's it, abolition of using that sort of, child to do something which is extremely dangerous, not just for health but for life. So this is sort of my area, my expertise, and my expertise has come through because of my interest. So there we go.
Thank you so much.
For me, you've heard, I'm the car guy.
Amazing. I'm really lucky to be sitting with leaders of tomorrow's business being more socially responsible. So we will now start with a general question, but more in the expertise of Tunde and Andy. So despite the concept of sustainable development being brought to the mainstream since 1987, during the World Commission on Environment and Development, progress toward attaining sustainable development in transport, energy, and architecture has been slow. So what do you believe are the biggest challenges facing adaptation of sustainable development among companies?
Okay, well, it is a loaded question, and it's a very good question too, because sustainable development, the concept of sustainability, as you said, Nadine, it's not new. And then why have we been so slow? Why haven't we taken more positive, definitive action, globally, locally, as businesses, and, as individuals? I think for me, when I look back at the early years of being a sustainability consultant, going back 10, 20 years now, I think where we probably got it wrong was in the messaging, in terms of how we communicated it. It didn't help us a lot because we were seen as prophets of doom and gloom. You would remember there was this famous hockey stick graph, that sort of spiked the climate meet or climate change meets, where people just didn't believe it. There was a lot of skepticism, and within the environmental and sustainability consulting world, we didn't really help in terms of galvanizing action because we chose fear rather than hope. And basically, people got disconnected to the reality that we were in a crisis. And there was a lot of skepticism. So a lot of action didn't happen as early on when it should. So unfortunately, a lot of businesses saw sustainability and sustainable development as an unnecessary altruism. They saw it as an afterthought, a nicety, a good idea, not a necessity, not an imperative, for, a sustainable future. And I want to take responsibility on behalf of the consultancy world. We didn't get it right. And I think it's because I've learned in order to achieve meaningful action, you need to be able to speak the right language with the relevant stakeholders. We didn't communicate in those terms. We spoke a lot about impacts, what about the benefits of sustainable development? What about all the tangible, sort of positive outcomes that you can realize in terms of generating human capital, natural capital, social capital, economic capital, a whole raft of things? If we communicated properly with businesses and, of course, with government, perhaps a whole lot more could have happened, in my opinion.
In 2011, when the Leaf was launched, the price of the Leaf was $35,000. The cost of the Leaf, which is just the material cost, the so-called bill of materials, was significantly north of that number. So not only were we not covering the overheads and the sales requirements, the dealer margins, and of course no profitability, we weren't even covering the cost of the basic materials. That's because the battery was so expensive. So you had to find another reason to do it. And the other reason for doing it at the time was more of a long-term goal, changing the brand, making the name Nissan be more meaningful to the world than the one it was today. Associating Nissan with innovation and excitement was the goal. But clearly, if you're losing that amount of money, you've got to pay for that in some way, shape or form. And we paid for that with the other vehicles that we sold by polishing the brand and making other vehicles somewhat more sustainable, but also more attractive. The bottom line is that profit drives business, and I know it's sometimes seen as a rude word, but it's a fact that if you're in business, you have shareholders. Shareholders expect their stocks to rise, they expect their dividends, they expect the value of their money to increase, and it's the role of the executive of the business to improve the value of that business. If you want to move quickly towards more sustainable types of business, then you've got to find an advantage. And often that advantage is found by partnering with governments and with customers. So the partnership in the case of electric vehicles, obviously with governments, that many governments, the most notable one I would say is probably Norway, putting significant contributions into the purchase of those vehicles and making sure there's a charging infrastructure that supports them. In the case of Norway, they go very quickly to a sustainable future. Regrettably, I can't say the same about the UK government. There is currently no incentives to buy electric vehicles, and regrettably, the budget that just went by, the increase in fuel tax was zero. So it does the opposite. It makes it more attractive to buy a gasoline car right now than an electric car. So the context of government, the partnership of government and the private industry, and the deal that you strike with the consumer is really, really important. And I think that the deal with the consumer in the case of cars isn't one of fear, is not one of the planet's not going to be here in 10 years' time. I think it's one of more of the advantages of an electric car. You never need to go to a gas station again. You never need to spend time dwelling while you're filling up your car. Your car is silent. And there are, we can go through a whole list of advantages that having an electric car has. Of course, there are some disadvantages as well that you have to try and solve. And it's solving those disadvantages, like the charging infrastructure, that you need to strike the deal with government. So, in summary, in times of change, it's a partnership approach. It's a partnership between the companies that are working on the technology, the governments that need to introduce the technology, and selling the advantages and doing your deal with the consumer.
Thank you so much. So we had an insight of the obstacles within the companies and also within the sector, and then kind of like what is the obstacle being the mindset that companies have. So now there is an individual question for John. So as a renowned sustainability expert, you have a long history of helping businesses and corporations achieve impactful and sustainable programs. So what are some of the critical challenges you have experienced working in the sustainability space, and how have you navigated your way around them?
Okay, this is a really good question, and it sort of leads on into what you were saying about profitability. When you're looking at sustainability, and he is very right that profit, you have to, in order to be just sustainable in your own right. Where the challenge is there's a disconnect between sustainability and innovation and profit. As what I said originally at the beginning, it's not a cost centre but an investment centre. And so the challenge is always to find that link between the innovation and the profitability. And when you're working with companies, lots of companies have strategies. They have loads of strategies. Often they sit in a drawer somewhere. They've done the strategy, brilliant. And so they could have taken a leaf out of you. That was good, leaf. So they need to go beyond that. We need to get into the mindset of looking at our KPIs and how they are related to sustainability. The innovation, when we're bringing innovation to market, how do they impact society? At the moment, the challenge is we don't link all of those. And so until we find that connector, we'll always have this challenge from the very beginning. So it's working with companies to try and find that. But also, too, there's an area around responsibility. And so when we're looking, and it comes back to, again, what I was saying initially, our impact within communities that businesses operate in, it's really important to be very critical of yourself as an organisation and be open to, okay, if we make a mistake, what are the learnings that we bring from that mistake? And so we often struggle with this because we don't like to make mistakes, and we don't like, as businesses are quite often critiqued quite heavily and without fact behind. It's trialed by social media quite often. And so it actually puts a lot of organisations off from making those leaps, taking those chances, and bringing that innovation through fear of getting it wrong. And quite often, if we don't want to do something wrong, we don't do something at all. So these are the challenges.
Thank you so much. The next question is for Tunde. So as a chartered environmentalist, what role do you believe environmentalists have to play in the corporate sector, where often there are competing interests of maximizing profits at the cost of the environment? So how do you navigate this role of holding them accountable to environmentally responsible production in your role?
All right, that's a very interesting one. We could almost do a role play now between myself and Andy.
I'm the bad guy.
Absolutely. But actually, it's a good question, Dean, and it's a very complicated terrain, to navigate. I started out environmental sustainability consultancy primarily as an advocate, for more sustainable practices in business. And like I said at the beginning, we got it very wrong in terms of how we messaged the narrative. We came across from a more negative perspective. But I think what we need to start doing is to flip the narrative, to make sustainability sexy. Make it attractive. As John mentioned, it's not a cost center, it's an investment center. And I think also historically, environmentalists and sustainability consultants have been seen as assessors and environmental managers. And basically we're called in to sort of look over the shoulder of businesses or projects and see, okay, how well has that performed? How well, have you improved, outcomes in a particular metric? Maybe air quality, maybe it's ecological assessments or biodiversity, and all sorts of different material issues like that. However, I think that needs to change. that role needs to move from assessors and managers to actually becoming solutionists, where we can actually create that basket of options which Andy very eloquently talked about. Because we know there is no silver bullet. There's no one single panacea. You know, we've got to look in the round. We've got to break the box, you know, and then come up with creative, innovative ideas for how we can re-envision our world today. So really, the role of environmentalists, you know, and designers in the construction industry now is that of influencers. Yeah, I said that word, influencers. Yeah, and we should be inspiration to businesses to look, there could be more, you know, and that's a big challenge for us, you know, to think differently about our role, to think differently about how we communicate and engage with CEOs, with, you know, CFOs, with program managers, with, you know, officers, with the whole stakeholder group entirely. We've got to raise the bar. We've got to sell hope, not fear. We've got to show alternatives and options. And it means being vulnerable to some point. And it also means probably asking challenging questions. You know, to Andy, for example, I could say, how about we substitute profit for productivity? Have we got it wrong in terms of our module in business? Is the emphasis too much on profit? Are we making profit at the expense of a wider, bigger picture? People, community, the planet as a whole. There is a limit to Earth's resources. So profit has to be in the confines of that. We've got to balance that. You know, as John mentioned, being responsible in that. So how can we then, you know, grow economically? How then do we grow at the same time without, you know, destroying Mother Earth?
Thank you so much. That was really inspiring. Now we have a general question. So a lot of young people and low-income families struggle to afford rent or to buy a decent home. Many people are struggling to keep up with increasing rent. What do you believe is the role of technology and innovation in addressing these unprecedented housing challenges? So we're moving from like environment to transport to more like the sustainable cities aspect.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Shall I have a go at this one?
Go on.
I like tech.
Go on.
So,
Go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
So we have a problem. It's not just in Britain. The World Bank, I think it was earlier on this year, by 2025, 1.6 billion people will be needing in Western countries, and so it's not just the global South, will be struggling with property and finding homes, buying homes. When you look at the two separately, you have the market where people are trying to buy properties. There's a disconnect between the supply and demand. The OECD shows that we are creating family units at a quicker pace than we're actually building family homes, and whatever that family unit takes its form of. The interesting thing from tech, which is happening now, and as Andy said before when he was giving his talk, competition rather than focusing on one particular area, looking at all the different tech solutions that are coming forward. So when you're looking at construction, we've gone from 3D printing to now building properties off-site in block and shipping them in, as opposed to building on-site. Therefore, we can move product quicker, faster, and environmentally better as well. When you look at from people trying to obtain mortgages, the systems that we use are old and outdated and are not relevant for lifestyles now. So there's lots of interesting tech coming through with blockchain, looking at credit referencing and our credit scores. You know, traditionally they've been on your credit cards, loans and mortgages, but now blockchain is starting to look at, well, how do we, say Netflix, you know, do we pay our Netflix on time, our utilities, how does that feed into your credit worthiness in order to be able to afford property. And then we have, from a rental market, we have the problem where Britain has the worst or one of the worst housing stocks in all of Europe, which is just going to add to the cost for landlords, therefore cost to people renting. That needs to be resolved. But as an immediate solution, what's coming through, we're starting to see, again with this credit reporting, but also too, we're starting to see where product is coming to market that we're no longer having to fork out for rental bonds or deposit bonds, which takes up quite a fair whack of people's earnings. And if you're already struggling, that's just going to add to the burden, and it's preventing people from moving. So there's now properties coming onto the market where it is. You don't have to worry about that. Your utilities are already included. There's other areas where people are looking at how we live, co-housing, as opposed to we all want our own apartment. I'm a bit of a NIMBY, so it's never in my backyard. I want my own place. But this is our attitudes that need to change because how society has changed. So this is where I come from on the tech.
Thank you, sir.
I'll look at it through the lens of the car. Obviously, businesses move to where the opportunity is. So the more people that are sitting in a lower income bracket, then you need to find solutions. Frankly, the best way of making affordable cars is for there to be a customer base that demands it. Today, electric cars are for rich people. Full stop. They're too expensive. There are 2 cars available on the market in the United Kingdom for less than £30,000. If you want something at £20,000, it's impossible, it's unobtainable. So the first thing is that you need consumer demand, and clearly there are consumers there. We're probably all consumers in that space. As long as the consumer demand and as long as Gen Z, you, want it, then companies will start to look for how it can be attained. The bottom line today is that the industry is chasing range. So everybody talks about for their electric car, everybody talks about range anxiety. Range anxiety is bullshit, mostly. I mean, basically, we as consumers do about 23 miles a day. Each of our journeys are about 11 miles. That's a very, very small battery that you need. So probably a battery with the size of about 100-mile range, which is about 25 to 30 kilowatt hours, is more than enough. Remember that the battery represents about 40% of the cost of the car. So if you can downsize the cost of the size of the battery, then you can get to an affordable £20,000 car. But to make that happen, and this is where I come back to your question, you need a charging infrastructure, because nobody is going to buy a small battery if you can't charge the darn thing. And so what's important as we plan cities, we plan our urban environment going forward, is that we make charging points prolific. They're available to everybody, that the electricity that you use is both sustainable and affordable, because that will drive us naturally to making electric cars a product of first choice and not only a product for the rich.
Thank you so much. So another general question, but more addressed to Tunde and Dr. Andy. So the current cost of living crisis has highlighted now more than ever the importance of having sustainable communities and cities. So from your perspective, what needs to be done to ensure that the poorest and marginalized populations are not left behind and suffer the brunt of the energy crisis?
That's a deep one. It's very deep, Nadine, and it's also very relevant at the same time. I think I would like to address that by quoting something I read some years ago, which is so profound. And it's a statement, but I don't know who said it, but it's that the best time to plant an oak tree is 25 years ago. The next best time is now. I think, unfortunately, UK PLC missed the boat in terms of our existing housing stock. The fact that we've not insulated deeper enough, we've not raised the building standards deeper enough, means we've got these leaky homes that are not energy efficient, that basically are literally burning pounds and have left the very poorest people, most disadvantaged, especially in this current energy crisis. It's a missed opportunity. If you look across Europe, you know, in terms of the housing standards, the UK is miles behind. So really, that is the solution. The solution really is getting our housing stock back to the right standards. You know, it's like bringing back the Green Deal. You're right. It's that's the real solution, but it's going to take a long time to really do that and to make that happen. In the short term, really, it's giving the necessary support. However that is, you know, it's probably going to be tax incentives. It's going to be doing more in terms of, you know, energy levies and whatever that is in the short term. But in the long term, it's taking real action where it's most needed, addressing the building stock. It's terrible.
I'll do my best to avoid politics. The reality is that you have to invest. You have to invest in technology and you have to invest in infrastructure. And countries that fail to do that will come out of the recession that we're in today, out of the economic crisis that we have today, will come off worse. I give you again the example of Norway, that is something like 98% sustainable energy and is capable of powering its own needs. I give you somewhere like Spain, that today exports most of Europe's green energy. You have to move to investment in green energy, and you have to do it now, even if it's not the most profitable thing, even if it looks like there's no money in the treasury. The reality is, if the UK is not investing in sustainable electricity, then the UK will be a loser in the future. And by that means investing, of course it means investing in wind power, wave power, sun power. Don't have much sun, do we? We can argue about whether nuclear power is a good thing or a bad thing, but I guess it doesn't create CO2, but it creates a bigger problem for the future, perhaps. But we also need to think about things like energy storage, whether that energy storage is in a battery or whether it's done through hydrogen or some other means, hot or cold gases. There are places where there are innovations in that space. And a lot of the innovations, I'm glad to say that one of the great strengths of the UK is our university system. So there's some great minds sitting in our university system. There's some great inventions. Did you know the lithium-ion battery that I use in the Leaf was invented in the UK, for example? But we are really, really crap when it comes to exploiting that technology. So the exploitation of the lithium-ion battery was done in Korea, rather than in the United Kingdom. So that's somewhere where you start to look for, and there seems to be a real dearth of statesman-like politicians. Politicians that think about the future of humanity rather than collecting their votes at the next election. And what you're really looking for is those kind of politicians. That's where you need to be placing, I think, our bets when we get to vote, because those people will make the right decisions for us, not for a year from now, not for 5 years from now, but for 25 years from now.
Absolutely.
Amen to that.
Absolutely. One final general question. So what are some of the biggest challenges to promoting social mobility in cities and communities? And what can individuals do to promote social mobility in their own communities?
Got a really good EV scooter if anybody wants one.
It's like doing a little bit of marketing here.
I mean, we have to somehow move from a selfish mobility. And look, I'm the most selfish of all customers when it comes to my mobility, because I like driving my own car. But particularly when we live in the city, but it applies to the countryside as well, we have to move to a model of connectivity. So you need to be able, and jokes aside, you need to be able to take your electric bike or your electric scooter on the bus, on the bus, off the bus, into an electric train, off the electric train, perhaps into an electric taxi, and then the last half a mile on your electric scooter or electric bike. Somehow or other we need this connectivity of sustainable travel. And sustainable travel, you need to make sure that it's clear that it's sustainable travel. So knowing what your carbon footprint is, hopefully the money that you've saved as a result of having a low carbon footprint, that's how we have to travel in the future. Some part of that will include the car, and some part of that will revolutionise the way that we travel in cars in the city. I don't particularly like the visual appearance of the car, but have a look at the Citroën Ami as an interesting solution for travelling in the city. It's a 6 kilowatt-hour battery. It's very small. It only holds 2 people, but for getting from A to B in the city, it's a very unique solution. So those are the kind of solutions that we need to be looking for. And as long as you guys are creating the market, then the car companies will be finding the solutions.
Okay, you want to penny for my thoughts on that? Yeah, I'll talk about that. So when you talk about social mobility, I suppose we can slice and dice this in a few ways. So are we talking about, support for, the less privileged, for every aspect of community, helping people to progress and develop and move up, find relevance, and find actualization and, find some significance and be happy, within, community. So I want to look at it from that paradigm, and I think bringing it back to the SDGs, which is 11, which you're talking about, is going back to the definition of community. I think to a large extent, the way we're designing cities or the way cities are evolving today, they are eroding community, unfortunately. And we're having a lot more silos, we're having a lot more independent living, and the pandemic showed us, that it's not perhaps the right way to go, it's not perhaps the most sustainable way to go, and we found people yearning, back for nature, connectivity to nature, but how about connection with people, and community really at the heart of it is around shared values, is around shared spaces, and I think we need to start to reimagine our city centres, for example. I read a book many years ago called Happy Cities, and it talked about cities in Europe where the city centres have been pedestrianised completely, and how people enjoy that, and how people have been able to start to provide support for each other because of the interactions and the social cohesion that actual design starts to create. And in the earlier panel, they talked about social support, the importance of that to mental health. It is important as well, to your community, health of a community, to create unintended collisions and interactions. And that is perhaps redesigning communities and cities for people, not just for cars. Cars are important. They will take us to places where we can't walk to. They will take us to places where maybe, your scooter can't take you to, e-scooter can't take you to.
Hilo e-scooter.
Okay, there you go. but we've got to put people back at the center of that. Bring people back to the center of design around people, create things that will bring people together and start to support each other, because that's the way we're wired.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. I have a lot of other questions that come to mind, but unfortunately I can't ask them now, so I will ask the audience if they have any questions. Please, the volunteers will give you a mic. Are they coming to get the mics? Yeah, okay.
That's good for fitness.
Yeah.
Ooh, a few questions. It's for you, Andy.
Yeah.
They are for you.
You are.
The questions.
No. I've done that too much.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I guess my question would be, like you said, that if the consumer wants something, the companies, the government, etc., will provide it. So do you think that, what do you think about the people, let's say within the UK, are they educated enough to understand the importance of sustainability, environment, etc.? Or do you think educating them more would help get change quicker?
I mean, we tend to see a much more superficial understanding of technology than perhaps we did in the past. We tend to see trial by social media. We tend to be influenced by influencers that don't necessarily follow the science. So I think that there's a responsibility on companies to, rather than spin, talk about the science. I mean, the companies obviously, I think your university students, you have the capability to weigh up different opinions from different sources. But clearly there's a responsibility to get at everybody. I mean, I hear so often people that will dismiss electric vehicles because they think hydrogen is better, and therefore hydrogen is better, therefore EVs are rubbish, or the other way around. And it's not the way to go. I mean, anything that improves the sustainability of the planet is fundamentally good. There are pros and cons of different technologies. I think where I get worried is when I see stuff about, there is no climate crisis, because all of the science points to a climate crisis. But so I think that's the area where we have, social media has a lot to answer for. It gives us many things, but it also means that I think in particular companies need to spend effort on education around the varying pros and cons of their technology. Volvo recently did a really good document around the disadvantages of EVs, even though they're only selling EVs. And what they showed is the negative of the 70% incremental carbon to build an electric car. That's a statistic that I'm pulling directly from Volvo, who had the guts to publish that report. What that then does, of course, is they're not saying that 70% is good, 70% is bad, but you have to then work on the production sustainability of the electric car, because there's unintended consequences of every technology. So I think whilst companies profit from new business, companies also have a responsibility to truthfully explain the pros and cons of their technologies.
Can I add a bit in there? When you're talking about education and learnings, there is an onus on us as individuals to learn and to consume knowledge. We have access to knowledge that is global and it's instant, far better than we've ever had before. Yet we still have, as Annie was saying, we can be led by influences rather than fact. One of the reasons that comes around to that, and Tunde talked about this before, around social mobility. Social mobility in Britain, we have one of the worst anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere. Worse than Europe, North America, even America. Not because we're bad, but we made such great strides in the 20th century in improving ourselves, improving our access to knowledge. We haven't carried that through. The answer to that, a lot of it, is tech, is digitization, is ourselves becoming more digital. Yet in Britain, we have one of the poorest rates of digital uptake in Europe. In 2025, I think it's called PSTN, it's the analog network, is going to be shut down. Overnight, 30 million households will no longer have internet capabilities, that everybody has to move over to, it's called VoIP. And so, I'll come to that. Oh no, I thought you were jumping in. I was going to say, go. But we were now understanding the impact of that and the amount of people that do not have access to be able to have Wi-Fi at home or internet connectivity at home. We're becoming aware of the vulnerabilities of people. We're becoming aware of the urgency of this, where there might be people, elderly people, who rely on panic alarms, analog, lifts, analog, ambulance network or the radio network, analog. So straight away, we're going to have a huge impact. There's a transition happening at the moment at great pace on digitising and providing internet into homes. But yet we still have 40% of the population that do not know how to even set up an email account. What happens on a computer? How do they even look through search engines? That's quite scary when you think that society, and both government and private business, is moving ever increasingly to a digital-first environment. Therefore, we're going to create more social isolation and therefore lack of learning. So, there's digital capabilities, getting online, learning, just starting. That is what's going to help us with education and improving and understanding then the impacts of sustainability, understanding the impacts on business, on trying to implement and change. There you go.
Okay. Can I add to that very quickly? I think it's important to understand, number one, sustainability is complex and there are layers, right? You've got different stakeholders. You've got the scientists, right, dealing with the climate science and the numbers, measuring atmospheric emissions and all of that. It is complex. You've got government dealing with policies, regulations, and what are the instruments we need to put in place to incentivize different parts of the nation to move, right? And then you've got businesses as well, that need to translate this into actual action. So there are many moving parts to it, and to expect everyone to have a very fine-grained understanding, of the impacts of a choice. For example, is it nuclear? Do we go to, is it carbon, storage? Is it, battery storage, demand management, optimization? There is a whole lot of stuff in there. But I think for consumers, one of the most basic things we need to understand is choice. What do we choose? And that's where, the power is within your hands, where you can actually make a change. A lot of people tell me, there's little that I can do, to make a difference. But actually, there is a lot, choosing more sustainably. And I think that's where businesses can help. That's where retailers can help by giving a lot more information, around, this product and that product, and being very honest and transparent, about that. And, I think it was Andy who mentioned, or John, we also have the onus on us to try and educate ourselves, as much as possible, really. But yeah, it's really key that we do get to grasp with it. But I also believe that it takes a village, which is why I'm coming back to community again. We can't do it in isolation and in single stories. We'll get it wrong. But coming together to have these conversations, to have these interventions and action groups together really helps you to demystify a lot of myths and get it right as well.
Thank you so much.
This is a question for Andy. My group coursework we're doing this year is focusing on how green are actually electric vehicles, because something that people aren't really thinking of and seeing the big picture is that a lot of them can't be recycled very easily. And I'm just curious about what are businesses are they foreseeing that future problem that a lot of them are about to retire and there's not a system in place to kind of maximise that opportunity by recycling them?
Yeah, you're right. And again, I refer to that Volvo report. You spend more upfront, more carbon upfront producing an electric car. Over life, to some extent, there's the onus on you to use octopus energy, for example, to charge your vehicle, green energy. And of course, then there's the recycling. The other side of an electric car is it uses a lot of minerals that you have to dig out of the ground. Now, the answer I think is not to throw away that solution. The answer is to look at the unintended consequences. So, for example, legislation coming into the EU mandates that you recycle 70% of the lithium in the battery, and I think it's 90 or 95% of the cobalt, the manganese and the nickel. You can actually get closer to 98%. The reality, of course, is that there's a cost and there's an investment. And so this comes back to my point about the importance of consumer, business and government. It's important that the government, in this case, the EU government has taken steps to mandate it, which is good news because that will probably naturally get extended to the UK. And hopefully the US will do the same. So if we can mandate, first of all, that the battery makers make their battery using sustainable energy, that the consumers charge their vehicles using sustainable energy, and the end of life that we recycle the minerals back into those batteries. In other words, we create a circular industry. Then you can offset many of the demerits of the battery electric vehicle. But that stimulus is really important. Now, I've been pushing government, for example, to create the equivalent of the Monroe label in the United States. So if you go into any car dealership in the United States, you'll see a label in the windscreen that tells you the miles per gallon of that particular vehicle. Great. What about if we had on every electric vehicle being sold in the United Kingdom, two things. One that told you the range of that vehicle, not just in the test cycle, but what happens when you use it in an urban environment, a motorway environment, a mixed environment, at low temperature, at high temperature, as a new battery and as an old battery. So a grid, we'd all understand that, so that we can make choices about whether that car is suitable for us. But more importantly, that it also shows you the likely carbon footprint of that vehicle. Because if consumers start making choices based on good information, in other words, I'm not taking that because it came all the way from China with batteries that have been produced using coal and oil, but I'd rather pick this one that has been produced locally, maybe a little bit more expensive, but because it has a lower footprint. If the consumer starts to talk, then naturally the politicians and the companies will follow suit. So my view, and it comes back to the earlier question, is educate the consumer, for which you need the government to legislate. Get this Monroe label that basically makes it clear what the carbon footprint is, and by nature, businesses will follow with innovation, because that's what always happens.
Thank you so much. Because of time constraints, we are unable to entertain any more questions, very sorry. But feel free to ask the speakers themselves in person during the lunch break. So thank you so much. It was really an enlightening conversation. And I personally learned a lot, and I'm sure all the delegates did. And I hope everyone also is going to be more interested in the e-scooters discussed by Dr. Andy. Hilo e-scooters. Okay. So thank you all so much, and thank you, speakers.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please settle down as we'll start our next session soon. So yeah, hi everyone, welcome back. We hope you enjoy the workshops and have a great opportunities to share your thoughts and meet some new friends. Right, so as we move on to the final topic of the event, we would like to discuss about equity and equality in education. As most of us here are university students, we are indeed very privileged to have access to quality education. So we stand firm on the belief that every individual, without exception, should have an equal opportunity to develop valuable skills and knowledge in order to help them to live a full life and contribute to a resilient community. Right, so our discussion to the SDG for quality education will be carried on slightly differently from the previous two sessions. So this will be a full-scale panel discussion led by our university very own Students' Union's President, Alexander Robinson. So without further ado, let's pass the stage to Alexander.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Alexander. Thank you for that introduction. And yes, I'm the Students' Union President this year. I'm also a governor of the university and sit on the University Council, which is the highest governing body, and the Senate, which looks at education and research in all forms at the university. We'll be joined today by 4 great panellists, and we discuss SDG 4, looking at inclusive and equitable quality education for all. So in a moment, I'll have our panellists introduce themselves, but we've got people from a range of different places working here at the university, in the Institute for Policy Research, at London Metropolitan University, and they've also worked at a whole range of different places, such as the United Nations, UCL, Oxfam, ETH Zurich, and so on. So we're really pleased to introduce our 4 panellists, and if you'd like to begin with a short explanation of who you are. Thank you.
Sure. Hello everyone, it's really great to be here. My name is Julia Kreinkamp and I'm the Events and Communications Officer at the Institute for Policy Research here at Bath. My background is in international relations and I've worked in higher education settings for quite a few years now, both in a communications role and also doing some research. And I joined Bath only at the start of this year, so I'm still fairly new. Before that, I was at UCL, and as part of that role, I conducted some research on global climate governance. And that's why I'm really excited that as part of my new role here at Bath, I'm involved in something called the Act Now Film Project, which is a film project that seeks to amplify youth voices in the climate debates. And I will talk a little bit more about that in the discussion here.
Thank you. My name is Linda Hassan. I am a student at the University College London Institute of Education. I'm studying Masters in Education, Gender and International Development, and I am also a recipient of the Chevening Scholarship, which is a British government scholarship. I come from Malawi. I know some of you have never heard of Malawi, but I come from Malawi. It's in Southern Africa. I have a background in education. I've also worked in the girls' education theme, and I've also been a gender person. I've worked with a number of organizations, including the UN, and basically I've worked around the area of access to education as well as equality. Being here is a pleasure today, and I hope I'll share something that will be beneficial to you. Thank you.
Amazing. Hi everyone, my name's Rukia. It's really nice to see so many of you here, and what an honor it is to be back at Bath. So I am currently working at the Centre of Equity and Inclusion at London Metropolitan University as the Inclusive Communities Coordinator, and I bring people together to build socially just communities by eradicating systemic barriers and facilitating radical change. And I do this by using principles of intersectionality and community development. I also am doing research at the moment. I'm researching skin lightening, colorism, and health and race as well. So that's part of my postgraduate degree in global public health. And I do a lot of writing. I'm a poet and activist as well. So I have a lot of background in anti-racist activism in Bath and across the country. So that's me.
Hi everybody. I just echo those words. It's a real pleasure to be here and to see all of the delegates. My name is Matt Dixon. I'm an Associate Professor of Public Policy here at the Institute for Policy Research, which is based at the University of Bath. So the IPR is a leading public policy research institute where we try to further the public good by researching issues of significance for policy and decision making. We have a number of research themes at the IPR, and I lead the theme on widening participation in higher education. My background is as an economist, and my kind of area of expertise is the returns to education. So how much does additional education affect your life in terms of labour market outcomes like employment and earnings, but also wider outcomes like health, mortality, and also how does your education then affect the outcomes of your children. So I'm very concerned with kind of intergenerational social mobility. So these two interests in higher education and social mobility come together in thinking about widening participation in higher education. So that's what a lot of my research does, and always looking to kind of think about how we can inform policy and practice to make sure that everybody who comes to university can achieve their potential and then go on to successful outcomes in the labour market and in later life. So that's me.
Thank you. A warm welcome to all of you. So we're going to jump in with some questions. There'll be some that are open to all and others I'll direct to areas of expertise. But the first to all of our panel members, when we speak of diversity and inclusion in education, we often use the words equity and equality as interchangeable despite their quite nuanced differences. Could you briefly tell me about how these terms have impacted your own beliefs and influenced your actions in search of a more equal or equitable world? So who would like to jump in first? It's open to all of you.
I'm happy to kick off. On this question of equity and equality, I think we sometimes make the mistake of thinking that equality means everyone has to be treated or have exactly the same circumstances and experience and treatment, whereas actually equity, particularly in education, can sometimes mean to be fair to people, we have to acknowledge difference and treat people differently. So there's a famous cartoon that often gets put up of animals on safari. There's like an elephant, a giraffe, and like a cheetah and a monkey. And the educator is saying, the test is going to be climbing the tree, right? And it's like, one of the ways in which people aren't treated fairly is expecting everybody in higher education to learn in the same way and to be assessed in the same way. So just one example of a way in which we can further equity and fairness in higher education is to be a bit more creative. And I think actually this has been happening in higher education, certainly in my experience in the last kind of 20 years or so, thinking about when I went to higher education, it was very much everything was assessed by, it was the exam at the end of the year, maybe a few little kind of small pieces along the way. Whereas now I think we are testing people's knowledge in much more flexible ways that recognise that people are learn in different ways and kind of express their knowledge in different ways. So using more coursework, multiple choice tests, kind of peer marking, peer learning, group presentation, all this kind of the variety of stuff, which makes sense from, I think, a pedagogical point of view, because, as I say, people do learn differently, and to be fair to people, we need to kind of recognise that. But also for life as well, we're here to kind of give people a toolkit for navigating life and the workplace, and life isn't really a 3-hour exam where you sit down and you've got no resources and you just try and splurge out everything in your mind that you can remember. Life is an open book exam or a presentation or a group work, so I think it makes sense both from a kind of equity point of view and just a pedagogical point of view.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to jump in on the equity and equality?
I think Matt has explained the difference really perfectly. I think on a personal level, and for those who work in education, but also in policy actually, I think taking that seriously means also thinking about your own privileges first and the biases that might come with that and how that affects your work. And I think also bringing some humility to the extent of your own knowledge as an educator, as a teacher, or anyone who's engaged with that. And the recognition that bringing more marginalized voices into the discussion, again, in education, in research, in policy, is not just the right thing to do, but actually helps us to get more and better knowledge about what works and what doesn't.
Thank you. And so to Julia and Rukia, how do you envision this incorporating a culturally responsible and responsive and inclusive curriculum as a means of equity and equality in education? How could we go about creating this space? And could you explore some examples if you think you've seen how it's been successful in practice?
I'm happy to jump in and talk on that a little bit. I think with any work surrounding the curriculum is so important, because the curriculum makes up such a vital part of people's experiences here. And often in cases we found that it's not reflective or representative of the diversity we have in the student body. So I think it's really important to do a lot of engagement with students to find out what's working, what isn't working, and also review what it is that we're teaching our students. I find that often in UK institutions, we're teaching from a very westernized perspective, and it'll be interesting to review that and think of how we can introduce different perspectives into that conversation. And that could, start off with simple things like looking at what reading lists we have available, like what the authors are on these reading lists, whether they're reflective of the Global South as well. And potentially one initiative that I'll be happy to talk about is a project that I set up called Bridging the Gap. And this project really encourages staff and students to work together in a partnership way. The ultimate aim of the project was to reduce the ethnicity awarding gap, particularly the black and white ethnicity awarding gap, because this is the biggest gap we see across many institutions in the sector. And we feel that, by tackling this gap through reviewing the curriculum, empowering students, providing training for students, we are able to work towards creating an environment that is more accessible and inclusive, and hopefully in an education that people are able to engage in a lot more. So, yeah.
Okay, just to add on that, coming from a background of where girls and boys are treated very differently, the way you implement the curriculum also matters, especially in the classroom. And here we're talking about teachers, who are the ones that have been entrusted with the responsibility to share the curriculum with their learners. And so in Malawi, we have this program that we are building the capacity of our teachers to make sure that they are able to transmit the curriculum to the learners in the way that it was designed, and also to make sure that in the classroom, boys and girls are treated equally. Not just boys and girls, but learners with different challenges are also included in the discussion in the classroom, because we want to make sure that teaching and learning is happening. And so we have what we call the gender responsive pedagogy. It's a program where teachers are trained it's a CPD, continuous professional development for teachers, where their capacity is built in terms of how they can handle large classes, how they can handle boys and girls, and how they can, their teaching should be learner-centered. Because traditionally, the way we teach, it's different here, but the way we teach back home is we tell our learners what they should hear. We don't give them a chance to talk to us or to contribute. And so what we're trying to do is to make sure that boys and girls, learners with challenges, are given a chance in the classroom to feel valued, to feel that they matter, and then to have a voice right within the classroom. Thank you.
Just to echo also the point about the reading lists, the literature that I've worked with on global climate governance, although it's supposed to be about global governance, is still heavily biased towards authors from the global north, which is especially problematic because, of course, it's in the global south where we will see the most, and where we're already seeing the most severe impacts of climate change. And then maybe one point that is more from me coming as a communications professional, I think there should also be more attention to conversational skills in education, not just higher education, but more generally. And by that, I don't mean, how do I win an argument, or how do I sell a product? How do I give an impactful presentation? But how do I have a meaningful conversation with someone else, and especially someone else who's different from me, and especially on difficult topics such as, what should we do about climate change? What should our future look like? I think experiments such as the Climate Citizens Assemblies have shown that these kind of interactions can be really powerful. And I think it's a real life skill, but it's very rarely, I think, explicitly taught or practiced.
Thank you. I think it's a really interesting point on the inequalities across the globe that we're talking about. We're talking about education, but education in the UK and education worldwide, there seem to be different schools of thought and different methods. So if I could actually throw this open to all of you, what do you believe educators and educational institutions, what role do they have to play globally in reducing these inequalities and promoting an equitable and inclusive environment for all?
I think the onus of, creating equitable environments lies, if not mostly, but like all of the onus should lie on educators and educational institutions, because these individuals, these agents have so much power in terms of controlling the curriculum, learning and teaching, ensuring that we introduce inclusive forms of assessments and teach in an accessible way. So I think a lot of the like power lies within these agents, but then I think there's other factors that come into play, like governments and policymakers, where like a large barrier to accessing education, not only in the UK but in the global south, is finance. It's expensive to get educated, and that's such a shame because it keeps people out of school. I know that there's a large number of students from my home country, Somalia, that are not getting an education due to these factors, and that's not unique to that country alone. It's something we see across the globe, and I think that's such a huge shame, especially considering that education is a human right. So, yeah, that's what I would contribute.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I come in just to echo. I mean, I think higher education institutions in particular have a huge responsibility to foster environments that are inclusive, rather than people having to kind of feel they have to give up their identity when they come to university and fit into a certain model, but create institutions where people feel that they belong where they are and they're valued for who they are. They're not having to change to kind of fit into the existing structures. So the structure itself is changed and shaped by different people coming in, not trying to fit everyone into this like inclusive model. Well, actually the model needs to change and be changed by the people coming into higher education. Thinking specifically about in the UK context, about students coming in from less advantaged backgrounds, and they often talked about in terms of like deficit models and people that don't have the right capital, social capital, cultural capital, but actually they come in with social capital and cultural capital, just a different type of capital, and we as institutions and educators need to be kind of currency exchangers, right? Exchanging that kind of different type of capital into positive outcomes, working with people, and not trying to kind of shoehorn everybody into like, okay, this is how we do things in the university. And yeah, the assessment thing is a good example. You have some cultures where there's kind of like oral history tradition that's very prized and skilled, but just doesn't come across if you say to everyone, right, sit down, write an essay, right? So being flexible and being open to change and dialogue and listening. So I think we have huge responsibility to be agents of change and to create this more equitable and just learning arrangements for everybody.
Thank you.
Just to add, because you were asking about the global dimensions of this, and I think almost all of the most pressing issues that we're facing at the moment as humanity, and that we need education about, are really deeply global in character and like systemically connected to inequalities. So I think it's really, really important that we get all these perspectives in the curriculum.
May I add one thing that I just remembered as I heard both of you contribute? I think there's something fundamentally wrong with the way that educational institutions are set up, and I really believe this when we again look at the ethnicity awarding gap, where at the moment the gap is at 18.4% for black students in the UK. And like you just mentioned, often we hear about this deficit model, but the problem isn't with the students, it's the way that these educational institutions are set up. And I think that's why it's so key to make sure reviewing things and ensuring that everyone has an equal chance to do well. And that pressure lies on institutions. So I just wanted to stress that.
I think that's that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Just to add a little bit, in my just digging it down to my context, where as an educational institution or as an educator, you have the responsibility to create a safe environment for learners, and also to make sure that you understand that there are differences, like people have individual differences. Instead of treating all learners or all institutions as the same, but looking at how best we can be deliberate enough to develop and design interventions that address the specific needs of our students.
And to build on that, what steps do you think we need to create these interventions? We look at a really diverse, broad range of students with intersectionality of so many different types of race, of faith, of gender, so on. What do we need to do to amplify those voices and to create this better system?
Personally, I think we need to improve representation of students, of the youth, because we're talking about improving their learning, improving access to education, but then we sit at the table and they are not represented. We're making the decisions on their behalf. So how do we know what they need if we're not asking them the questions? So I think it's imperative that we should involve them in our decisions. And so, for example, in Malawi, we have what we call student councils, because traditionally, learners, children are not supposed to talk when an elder is talking. He has to listen. And so even in the school environment, that's how things are. A learner listens, a teacher talks. And that has derailed things for us, because we haven't given the learner a chance to speak to us. And we have now imposed things on them, things that they didn't need. So I think, for me, I think we need to get the learners on the table, have their representatives there, let them be able to make decisions, not just ask them what do you need and then we do something else. No, they tell us what they need and then we work on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm a data person, right, as an economist, so I believe in using data and letting the data kind of speak to us. And I think something that universities can do is use the data to see, okay, the awarding gap, students come in with the same attainments, right, A-level or other age 18 qualifications come in, and there isn't the gap, right? And then something happens over the course of 3 years. Now, we have data, right, so we can look at this, and we are doing that in Bath, trying to look at the data and say, well, where are these gaps emerging? We know that there's an awarding gap after 3 years, but what is it along the way? Where are these things emerging? And we can see that in the data, and then we can start to think about, okay, well, how do we tackle those barriers? How are they being created? Because I think too often it's left to the people who face barriers to be the ones who are having to advocate for the change. And if you are studying and then at the same time you're having to spend time kind of campaigning and trying to change things for the better, the onus should be on the people with the privilege to put the time in to make those, to make those challenges, to challenge the barriers. And so that is something that we can do, is to use the data, find out where these kind of barriers are, and start tackling them.
Just to jump in there as well, I think you said a lot of really important points, especially about not leaving it up to those who are most affected to, push for the change themselves. I think everyone should take ownership, and everyone should do their bit in terms of trying to create a more inclusive and accessible environment. And you mentioned a really important point about having good representation from the student element. And I think there is something like really, really important about data, like both the quantitative and qualitative side. And I often think we don't, like Alex said, we don't hear the voices from our like minoritized and marginalized students often. And often, some of the excuses that I've heard is, like the numbers of students we have is too small. Like, maybe it's not worth engaging because it's too small of a number of students. And I think that's a really dangerous way of thinking, and I think we should really be centering the voices of our most vulnerable students in any of the work that we do, because any of the work that impacts, these students, if we improve if we improve education and make it accessible, that's not just going to benefit the most vulnerable students, it's going to benefit everyone. So I think that's a good approach to take. And I would also say it's really important to take a holistic approach and also look at the support we have on offer, whether that's appropriate and suitable for students from different kinds of backgrounds, especially when we talk about well-being. Is the support culturally appropriate, for instance? Like, there's so many different cultural factors that might impact someone's ability to, access support. And I think we should be looking at the whole student life cycle as well, looking at retention. If we find that there's not many people of colour at an institution, why is that? Is there more work that we need to do at an access level with schools and colleges? So, yeah, I think it's important to take a holistic approach.
Thank you. And I think this leads really nicely into a question I'd like to ask Julia. So we're talking about the students as agents of change and as making decisions and hearing from them as experts in their own right, which leads on nicely to a project that I believe you're working on, Act Now Film. Would you be able to tell us a little bit about that and what that has to do with students leading their own decisions?
Sure, thank you. So Act Now Film is a collaborative film project that seeks to amplify youth voices in climate change and in the climate crisis. And it's produced jointly by Cambridge Zero and the IPR here at Bath with support from the UK University's Climate Network as well. And I think it does fit well with this theme of this panel discussion because it's all about the importance of having young people as equal participants in these discussions on how we can make a more sustainable future, which is ultimately their future, ultimately your future. So Act Now Film as a project was born in the run-up to COP26. And the idea was to bring together youth voices in a way that's powerful and authentic and also accessible. And film proved to be the perfect medium for that. So young people were asked really to submit video clips of themselves, explaining how they experience climate change themselves, what kind of actions they were taking to tackle it, and more importantly, what kind of action they wanted to see global decision makers to take and how they wanted to be involved. And we did receive over 140 submissions, I think, in total from 32 countries. And the film was then screened and launched at COP26. The project team, of which back then I wasn't a part, but I think they were really overwhelmed by both the quantity and the quality of responses. And they decided to make a second film for COP27 to, again, bring home this message that young people really need to be at the table, not just listen to, but really part and pass, at the center of these discussions. And for the second film, young people were invited to engage in intergenerational conversations with older people. So this provided opportunities for both sides to reflect on the kind of changes in climate that they had seen over their lifetime, their fears and hopes for the future, and again, what they wanted to see COP decision makers to do about this. And I think something that's special about the Act Now Film project is that these films were not scripted in any way beforehand or pre-structured. So it was really important to the team that this authentically reflects the voices of young people. And that's very much the intention of the third film, which we've just launched, and which will bring young people in conversation with international climate experts. The definition here of young people and experts is quite loose, so young is anyone under 30, and by experts, we want to engage with people from academia, from policy, from the third sector, from businesses, and also leaders from indigenous communities. And the idea is not that young people engage with these experts to be lectured or to receive information, but to have genuine conversations, two-way conversations and mutual learning, recognizing that young people are experts in their own right. And I think especially when it comes to climate change and other environmental challenges. And this project is currently open for applications from anyone who's interested. So if you are, please approach me or head to the IPR website.
Thank you. And so we're here today talking about amplifying the voice of young people, voices, but to what extent do you believe that those voices are listened to by those in power or saying older people doesn't sound quite right in this context, but people that are older and in positions where they can make that change. I guess this is relevant to all on that sort of topic, but do you think that we can empower young people to make this change, or does it need a force from a different direction as well?
I'm happy to start. I think I think it's dangerous sometimes when older people say, oh, I'm so inspired by the young people and they will change the world, because that is putting the onus very much on the young people to do that. And, it's still very much I don't want to arbitrarily have this distinction between old and young people, but it's obviously everyone who's in the same boat. And it's obviously the decision makers, the people who are in power, who need to take this action first. I think there is also sometimes kind of a view from older people who see this urgent call for action that we've seen reflected in the Act Now films as kind of naive. And, maybe they've reached a state where they're more cynical. But I think it's really, the urgent call for action and the clarity of it that is a much more realistic grasp on the situation that we're in. But I do think, conversations can make a difference. We've seen, at least in the films, that these intergenerational conversations that we had, of course, older people were interested in what younger people were to say. Often these are their children. There's a very personal connection there as well. Also, older people can look back at their own life and say, yeah, we've seen these changes ourselves. They probably have a much longer lifespan to look back to and say, well, yeah, I remember when we had this flock of birds was here every year, and now we have 2 birds. So the comparison was there as well. So I think you can have these productive exchanges, but perhaps coming back to my earlier point about conversational skills, I think we don't have these conversations often enough. And the listening, the talking is happening, but the listening isn't always happening.
Sorry. I think you're right that what's really key is this conversation, this dialogue, and the listening, and the kind of empathy, because so often it is framed as a kind of battle of the generations. There's this kind of intergenerational warfare, or one generation being set against the other. But actually, what's really important is to have that real dialogue and understanding, because it's too easy to fall into those kind of ideas that, it's young people want to make change and old people are old and stuck in their ways and think young people are naive and what have you, and it can very easily, particularly with media, kind of get blown out of hand. So what's important, I think, is for young voices to be taken into the debate, listened to, and for neither side to kind of be dismissing the other as a caricature that we too easily see often. Having that debate and the kind of, I've got two ears to listen and only one mouth to speak, and kind of using things in those ratios. I think that's really important.
To add, I think this is a really interesting question, especially if you consider cultural factors, because I know in some communities there are these hierarchies based on age, where there's elders who, of course, gain a level of respect due to the life experiences that they have, and they have a certain standing within their communities. And often, what they say is essentially law, and in these kinds of communities, including my own, I find that maybe young voices can be dismissed, and I think we need to review hierarchies of knowledge and what we deem to be not only fact, but what we deem to accept as truth almost. I think we need to value lived experience a lot more, because there's so much lived experience that people have, that young people have, and that's as equally valid as academic knowledge. And I don't think we need to be dismissing either one. And I do think there's a lot of knowledge that's held within communities who may not necessarily have access to degrees or certain types of education, and that doesn't mean that knowledge isn't valuable. So I really do think it starts with maybe rethinking where we get our knowledge from and accepting different ways of knowledge, which I think is maybe a problem in HE in a way, because everything's centered around institutions, and we don't engage with communities as much as we should be, and imagine how much we're losing out on and by not engaging with them, and how much we could be learning by engaging with the community. And I also want to say that whilst maybe there are examples of like young voices being heard, like I want to highlight, like I want us to think about whose voices are being heard essentially. If we take maybe the climate debate and how Greta as a white individual has had their voice platformed to such an extent where there's been loads of people of colour who've been talking about climate who haven't been listened to. I think we need to, bear that in mind about privilege and who does have access to spaces, and the fact that there are young people, and especially people of colour, people from marginalised backgrounds who have been speaking out but have just not been listened to because of their identity.
I think you make a really interesting point about these different cultures and hierarchies that exist. What do you see as perhaps the intersection between race and faith, and what role does that have in knowledge and the educational sort of route? How does that affect how equitable outcomes are reached?
I think that's a really interesting question, because faith is something that I've been looking at and thinking about a lot over the past 2 years or so, because I think in higher education we've been dropping the ball on faith a lot, especially when it comes to collecting data or maybe even analysing data. If I bring up the awarding gap again, for instance, we often box not only black students, but we often put all students in a box, but particularly when it comes to black students. And although this has been something, this relates to the whole debate that's been had around BAME and the fact that BAME is used to put all people of colour in a box, and at least we've come some kind of way in terms of disaggregating that data and looking at individual ethnic groups of students. But I do think we need to go a step further, because faith influences the student experience to such a huge extent. And I remember when I first started at Bath, we didn't really have a prayer room. We had a prayer room, but the space wasn't nice, it wasn't great. And since then we had the prayer room refurbished. I know there was a new prayer room that was opened a year or two ago, and that of course has massively impacted the experience of Muslim students on campus. And I do think a lot of the times we look at these two things as separate entities, but we need to consider how the intersection of faith and race and even gender plays out, and how that affects people's experiences navigating higher education and even beyond that. And I think because we're not at the moment really analysing data in that way across the sector, it's almost made the experience of, for instance, black Muslim students invisible. Because if we don't have the data, how do we know? Maybe it's not have the data. If we don't analyse the data, how do we know what's really going on? And yes, maybe we can be talking to people on the ground, but this is a data-driven sector, and unless we have that data, it's going to be difficult to implement solutions.
Thank you. I mean, Matt, I would throw that to you on a widening participation front about this data. When we have data, how useful is it? But, how can we explore this sort of theme of, we know there are groups of students that are underrepresented, and how can we make sure that their experience here is equitable, or not just here, across the world in a wider context?
Yeah, I mean, I think as I mentioned before, and backing up your point, Rukia, about the data and the intersections, I think that's really important, because when you do get the data and you do analyse the data, you do find that there are these intersections. And so, for example, I was reading some research recently that was looking at female students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds who, compared to kind of white male students from more privileged backgrounds. So female low socioeconomic students have a kind of double disadvantage. There's a disadvantage of female getting less good outcomes than men, and people from poorer families having less good outcomes than people from better off families. But then there's a kind of interaction effect, so there's a kind of a triple effect. And I think when we get into the data, these are the kind of things that you can pick up, right? And you can see that, okay, there might be an awarding gap for black students compared with white students, and there may be a gender gap as well, but there may also then be an interaction, and also, there could also be faith interactions. And unless you kind of crunch the numbers, right, unless you get the data, unless you look at it, then you're not going to be able to identify those effects. And if you don't identify, we could have some interventions that are to do with gender, we could have some interventions that are to do with ethnicity, but unless you identify that there are those intersections, you're not going to tailor your interventions to where the compounding disadvantages are. So I think, yeah, definitely crunching the data, but also at the same time, as has been mentioned, like listening to people's voice, listen to their lived experience of students on campus, whether it's in Bath or elsewhere, just understanding what are the kind of situations, and just being aware that none of us are neutral. We all come with a kind of background, and it's very difficult sometimes for, say, myself as a kind of a white male to understand kind of microaggressions that take place, kind of that kind of racist element that can sometimes affect interactions. I have no experience of this, and so I'm not going to be able to kind of think about solutions without talking to people. So I'm kind of, on the one hand, I'm very, very much advocating we need the data, we need to look at the numbers, we need to analyse that data, but at the same time we need to talk to people, the people on the ground who have that lived experience. So I think a combination of those two things is what will hopefully generate some kind of useful solutions to the barriers that people face.
Absolutely, and I think it's looking at education in terms of people at the level of looking at that data and looking at decision making. And if I can move over to Linda, and specifically about education, because I'm aware you're studying for a master's in education, gender and international development. And I was wondering, from your perspective, how is gender equality being taught in the classroom, and what do you see as being taught about the topic to hopefully people that will be making change and will be striving to make advances in the area?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's a really, really good question. I was talking to her today that the way I experienced gender and gender equality back home before getting into the classroom is very different from the way I'm experiencing now, reading in the books. Gender inequality is something that I think people interpret it differently, and it varies from context to context. So the challenge that studying gender, one thing that I have noted is that as we are talking about gender equality, we're not talking about what it means to us. So different people experience gender inequality differently. The way I experience it is not the same way she experiences it. But the challenge is that we have tried to import solutions from somewhere else and just impose them somewhere, and we're thinking they're going to work. It doesn't work like that. So as a gender person, as someone who has gone through the system and learned what it means to, like what gender inequality means, you deliberately now set out to design interventions that are going to address the specific needs of the people within a context. So in talking about gender inequality, we don't need to forget about the nuances and the complexities that come with that word. It's not just about women wanting to be at the same level with men, but then it's also about the systems. There are systemic biases that are around, and then we think if we put a woman on a seat, or if we say qualified women are encouraged to apply, then we are bridging the gap. But it's not, because the systems, the inequalities that are in the systems are already there, are still there, and we're doing nothing about it. So I think gender inequality, in reality, the way we experience it in real life, and the way we read it in the books, is a bit different. And as individuals, we need to run with the definition that means something to us, and that's going to make a change in our life. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's really powerful. We have to think about one size doesn't fit all.
Yes.
Before we move on to the Q&A session, I think I want to put one last question back to you that we've already sort of visited here today. In a previous session, one of the panelists had a phrase that really stuck with me, was "no conversations about me without me." And I think that applies so much here as well. So I was wondering if if I could ask all of you about how do we get to amplify the voices of young people, people we're talking about in education and across the whole education spectrum. How do we ensure that we hear those voices and we actively involve them? And are there any actions that we can do to help make that happen? So I'll give you a moment, and then if one of you would like to jump in.
When you said that, the first thing that jumped into my head was like partnerships between staff and students when it comes to, you know, work, whether it's the curriculum or other projects, like meaningful partnerships and meaningful engagement, and, you know, ensuring that we as staff like engage with students in a way that is like respectful and in a way that their voices are, you know, valued and uplifted in a way as well, because I'm thinking there's so many instances where perhaps like students are asked to give feedback and maybe that feedback isn't implemented. So, and I feel like that's almost a little bit, you know, disrespectful to the time that people give in coming and sharing their experiences or providing meaningful feedback. So I think there's a way of ensuring that, you know, when students do provide feedback, we act on it, and if we don't act on it, you know, give appropriate reasons for why we're not acting on it. But I do think there's a way of communicating with students, as you were saying, and having that honest, transparent, open discussion, communicating with integrity, and having these kinds of values, and really putting down like a good foundation to build trust and ensure that students feel, you know, safe sharing their views, and ensure that they feel like, you know, when they do share their views, it goes somewhere and it's not just disregarded.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I mean, feedback is always already post-implementation. So I think there are many things where it would be great if students would be involved from the very beginning. So just thinking about climate change, you know, if you think about how are we going to decarbonize the university, you know, can you have the students at the table from the start, and not just support, you know, student initiatives, which is of course also important, and also help students with capacity in that regard. Again, I think, you know, climate change, environmental challenges are now impacting mental health as well. So, you know, do you have targeted support for that? Do you know, make it possible for students to be engaged in the way that you want to see them engaged?
Just to add, outside the classroom and outside the education institutions, we also know that basically what we do most of the times is we use the top-down approach, where we think the more experienced people know best. So we just tell the youth, you do this, we do that. But then there are youth groups within the communities, within the societies we're living in, that are also advocating for the same cause that we are advocating for, that are working in the same area we're working in. And we can work with those ones, we can use those ones, because they have the experience, they are able to interact with their fellow youth, and with the coming in of internet, you know, the world is so open to them, and then they are able to learn a lot, to experience things even without going where something is happening. But then so we need to balance the experience of the youth and the experience of the older generation, then just meet in the middle. Yeah.
I think just, echoing what people have said, having those structures in place to ensure that people's voices are heard, are brought into the debate, and then acted upon. Because otherwise you just send a signal that actually, you know, you can come in, you can give your opinion, but we're not actually going to change anything. So make sure that people are genuinely brought into the discussion and the decision making, and looking longer term. I think making sure that people from a diverse range of backgrounds are in the room making those decisions, being involved in shaping society and structures. So which is why widening participation in higher education is so important, because we need to make sure that there's a diverse range of people who are going to be leaders in society in the future. And so, yeah, it's really passion.
Can I just add one thing that I remembered? I think student unions have like a massive role to play here. So I think whatever institutions can do to empower students' unions and work closely with SABs and officers like Alex is a huge thing, because these are students that have been elected by the student body and represent the views of the student body. And I think, you know, some universities don't have that relationship with the SU quite right, but I think, you know, that's also that's an important thing that I want to stress. Like, student unions are so important, and we need to be doing better.
Thank you. I could talk about student unions all day. Thank you so much. If we could now move on to questions from the audience, if I can ask for Fabulous. We'll bring some microphones around.
Is it working? Oh, yeah, cool. I appreciate there's a level of privilege and access to what I'm about to say, but I just wondered if any of you had an opinion on how artificial intelligence like ChatGPT might be a part of the future of quality education in terms of accessibility as well, whether it can be a tool to support access, or I appreciate there might be some more technophobic opinions as well. But yeah.
Well, I think it's a really good question, and it's a really important question to be kind of raising, because it's obviously something that's being talked about a lot at the moment, about, you know, how does education as a sector respond to things like ChatGPT, right? And there is one response which is saying, right, we need to shut this down, and our students can have nothing to do with this, and et cetera, et cetera. But for me, that is not going to be the right way to go. If you see what's developing now with things like, you know, the way Google is enhancing its search engine with AI and Bing, and so that you're going to be able to search things, and then you're going to get the kind of ChatGPT output. So you can't ban students from Google, right? You know, it's just not going to happen. Mm-hmm. So I think what is going to be important is to work smart, right? To use these tools. As I was saying before about, you know, life isn't a closed book exam where you're stuck in a room and you've got to solve a problem. You know, it's not MacGyver or the A-Team. Right? I'm showing my age now. If anyone remembers MacGyver, but, you know, you're left with, you know, box of matches and a tube of toothpaste, and you've got to make a vehicle or something. You know, it's not, generally you're not in that situation, right? Generally you're in a situation where you've got a task, there's something to be done, but you have resources at your disposal, and one of them in the future is going to be things like AI-powered, like ChatGPT. And so it's thinking about, okay, well, how do we teach people to use these tools in the most productive way to solve the sorts of problems that they're going to be doing in their jobs? In terms of accessibility, it's a really good question, and it's not something I've really thought about, but I am going to think about it now as to what it might mean for kind of access to higher education and this whole area of discussion that we've been having. So that's a very partial answer, but I appreciate the question. It's definitely something I'm going to think about for how it might affect on the access side and the success side as well.
Maybe more generally on technology in education and equality. I mean, I think clearly technology will be an important part of education, and I think maybe during the pandemic we've seen how it can open some doors. At least, you know, with some of the events we organize, you know, we can go global. But I think if you think about, for example, digital conferences, there's still a tendency to, even if they're supposed to be global, the times will be convenient for those in the global north. Whereas, you know, if you're in Indonesia, you're sitting there at 2 a.m. So I think these are, you know, more ways of thinking about this that need to change. In terms of artificial intelligence, I mean, there is some research. I'm not an expert in this at all, but there is some research also how you know, in unexpected ways they can reinforce inequalities because they're being fed certain information. So I think that's going to be a really, really, really important area of research to make sure that this technology, you know, does not just mirror the biases that we bring to the table in the first place.
Fab, are there any more questions?
Is it working? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I have a sort of quite big question. So when we talk about systemic issues, particularly, I don't know how much research you know about trauma-informed, not just therapy, but education. So children that are historically labelled as ADHD or challenging, in fact, might be triggered by the environment that they're supposed to be learning in. So that then obviously results in the systemic issue of whether they actually attend secondary and higher education. So what can institutions do to actually implement not just better teaching environments, but address the systemic issues of that child progressing through education and actually being able to achieve to their potential?
Who would like to jump in?
I'm going to try and have a go at that question. I don't know too much about the trauma-informed approach that you're describing, but I can maybe talk about it from my experience working with Black students from like secondary education, because I think there are some like similarities in terms of how issues can start as early as like primary education, and I think the approach that would be needed to tackle both of these things is working closely with schools and colleges and primary schools and working across all stages for education, because I think in HE a lot of the problems that we're trying to tackle might stem from like much earlier on in an individual's education, and I think maybe that's almost like a plaster solution to tackling a problem that's already like so deeply ingrained. So I think if we take the approach and work across the whole, life cycle of someone being in education, that could provide a more effective way and a more preventative way almost, instead of just curing some of the problems that are emerging at an earlier stage. Because I know even with, like, again, I'm not familiar with like primary education, but I know that there's a lot of inequalities that emerge there, and that there's a lot of like racialized experience that like young children have at a young age, which of course has them, it impacts them to an extent where maybe it could lead to like race-related PTSD, which might affect them and how they engage with their education. And as someone who's grown up in a Western country, like I grew up in the Netherlands, moved here, but I saw the way that education impacted me and my siblings and my peers, and just a lot of the trauma that people were coming to university with. So I do think we need to be reviewing the entire education system, to be honest, because it's not okay, some of the stuff that young people are experiencing in schools, and I think we're really letting them down.
Thank you. Any further questions to our panellists? There's one right at the back.
Sorry for the walk. Talking about changing the education system, there is a pattern in terms of policy and governments focusing on education last. In terms of budgeting, is always like businesses, financial institutions that are given priority, and of course, like we are the ones who will further influence like finance and business. So I guess my question largely is, students have been voicing what is impacting them and concerning them about the education system for a while, and it hasn't been heard, which has led to a level of cynicism amongst students that I've seen we no longer engage in conversations because we haven't seen it lead anywhere. So I guess, what do you think is a very optimistic approach to get people empowered to listen to us and see that the change that we discussed here today in action?
Does anyone want to lead?
I think it's a tough. I mean, it's a
big question.
It's a big question, and it's the danger that we kind of talked about of, if you invite people to have a voice and then essentially listen, take on what they say, and then nothing changes, then it creates this cynicism that you're talking about, and people disengaging, and then nothing ever changes. So I think it is therefore the responsibility of those with the power to change things to have those conversations, to invite people in, to listen to concerns, and to act on them wherever possible to address those things, or if they're not able to kind of explain clearly the rationale for that, the reason why policies remain as they are, if that is what's happening. So I think that is bringing, again, as we've talked about quite a lot, bringing people into the conversation and listening. I think there's been a lot of kind of pain from the whole discussion of tuition fees, historically down the years of students not being listened to, and government saying we're not going to change fees, and then they are changing fees and they're putting fees up, and there's all this that's happened. And I think that has left a kind of a legacy of mistrust and cynicism. And I think the onus is on the government and the Department for Education to really explain why it is that they have set things up as they have. What is the reason why fees can't be lowered, or whatever the actual presenting issue is, and to really engage in clear dialogue, because I think there's so much misunderstanding about higher education finance. And I often talk to students about this because it is a very big kind of widening participation issue that people can be put off because they think they have to pay this amount of money and they're going to have £50,000 of debt and all this kind of stuff. So understanding of the system and the repayment system and the fact that it's income contingent and these sorts of things, there's so much kind of misunderstanding that I think there's a real onus on the people who are in charge of that system to really explain and then listen to the suggestions for how could things be different, and really engage with people to make the change where possible. So I think it is, as we said, bringing people into the conversation and then where possible acting on that, or having good dialogue and explaining why it's set up as it is.
I think it's also, there's clearly a product of very siloed thinking where, education is somehow seen as something separate and you need to focus on something more important like the economy. But of course, accessible education is the very foundation, of a functioning economy. So you can't really separate that. And that's a very good argument, to focus and to finance and put resources into education. I know that narrative is probably already, it's out there and politicians are challenged on it. So I have no easy answer on how you change that. But except, we do need that dialogue. I think we do need much more holistic thinking in general, and thinking about, how inequality really is bad for everyone. And how inaccessible education is ultimately bad for the whole country and the economy and for everyone. So I think challenging the siloed thinking may be one way of communicating this.
Can I just add on to that as well? I think you said something really interesting about how when students speak up, in many cases, like they're never heard, and I think I want to maybe challenge that a little. I do know maybe on like a lot of like there's been a lot of like national campaigning and people have been speaking about fees and opposing fees for a really long time, and unfortunately there hasn't been a response to that. But I do think there's been cases where student voice has been listened to and implemented that I think we need to recognize and remember, like especially if you think about the history of the NUS and how they, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was through the NUS and students coming together that we now have railcard discounts and things like that. So there's been really like incredible examples of where the student voice has resulted on changes on like national levels, and I think it's important to keep that in the back of our minds. And also I think we need to be transparent as well, like in cases where we invite students to input or provide feedback, because often a lot of changes take time in HE. Like there's stuff that I raised or like was speaking about during my undergraduate degree, back in 2015, that are only now being addressed or implemented. And the black hair shop is an example of that. People were speaking about that from before 2015, and it's taken it up until now. And I think it can, I felt that frustration as well. It can feel so disempowering, like continuously sharing your concerns or sharing experience or expressing your needs. But I want to reassure you that even though like you might not see the fruits of your labor now, maybe in 5 years' time, the students who come after you will benefit from what you've brought up or what you've been campaigning for. So please don't let that discourage you. Change takes time, and anything that you're working on now is if it doesn't benefit you, it's going to benefit future generations.
Well, I think that marks a lovely place to end our discussion. I'd like to say thank you very much to our panellists. We've had a great chat about intersectionality in education, race, faith, gender, the climate, and hopefully we've given our participants here a chance to think about how you can make an impact yourself in the world around you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll hand back over to our hosts.
So when asked to think about poetry for this, the topics of interconnectedness and resilience came up. So the speakers today have done a fantastic job of talking about these topics and talking about the SDGs. And when I was thinking about this, I really like telling stories. And interconnectedness and bringing people together is a lot about communication and telling those stories. I am one person, in case you hadn't noticed. And as a result, there's a limit to the amount of stories I can tell. And so in this poem, I reached out to students and it became a part of a wider project known as Welcome to the Forest. This poem is known as, what did I call it? I called it Conversation with Earth. This poem was written in collaboration with some students who I'm going to list now. Each of them brought words and brought their experience and really helped bring this to life. So the students who took part in this were Joshua Grimstead, Elsa, Oscar, James, Dylan, Cox, Alice Shepherd, MW, Keena, and Jodie Young. I meet Earth in the back alley of a supermarket. The shoppers are leaving less weighed down than before by the cost of carbon, and the food waste bins in this place are empty. Earth takes me aside and tells me to sit down. The years have passed, and the sunshine has pressed into her face, adjacent to the laughter lines she carries. Time has aged us both, but where there are only shadows in my eyes, the sun has kissed her gently, with the healing of the ozone layer leaving her skin unbroken. She asks me where I went for all those years. She tells me that I should not have ignored her so fiercely. I tell her that the world was plunging into darkness and the bulb was further out of reach than I could have ever imagined, and so I hid away. She scolds me. She says that she understands why I was hurting, but that resilience is choosing to love when darkness is unrelenting. That resilience is a flicker of a match when there is only hope to give. She tells me that those who went before me in kindness and strength had hopes that the future would be brighter, and that in hiding I had lost the hopes of my ancestors. Earth takes me to a river, and I remark that the water is cleaner now. She tells me that there were still changes that could be made and things that could be done even when the world was hurting, if I had chosen to not be alone. It is now dusk, and the stars are appearing much brighter than before. I ask the Earth what constellation is above us. I do not recognise it. Earth tells me that the folk tales have now moved back into space. She tells me that the mountains started singing while I hid away from the rain, but the trees provided shelter to all who danced beneath, and that the salt of the water tasted sweet as wounds healed. But where do I go from here, I ask. Earth shows me the cities, now overgrown, moving slightly slower, but cleaner, and filled with more joy than before. She shows me how, even out of concrete, there grew something so beautiful that birds sing much louder than before. She tells me that the cities are now places in which children can play safely, and that the leaves which remain as a shelter speak to each other so loudly now you can barely hear the traffic. I tell Earth that so much has been done without me. Surely there is no use in me being here. There is no point in not hiding still. She tells me that she does not have the answers, but that hope is not linear, and so neither is resilience. Earth remarks that there will be change, and there will be questions, but that a voice can grow from the darkness. She tells me that this darkness ought to be emerged from, and that even the smallest voices give way to explosions of light. Earth stands. She goes to move away and to go back to where I found her. I ask if we are finished. She tells me that although it seems that much has been done, I have not yet heard the ground roar. Thank you.
I'll let the speakers go back. But if you would like to hear more about the work that people have been writing and talking about well-being, then there will be a showcase later this month. So please come and find me afterwards to hear about that. Thank you. Yes, so thank you very much, Eleanor. That was wonderful. Next up, we would like to invite Mrs. Robinson, if you are here, to give a bit of a closing statement. Thank you very much.
Was that poetry beautiful? It was absolutely beautiful. So visions of a better world, of a healing world, so beautifully, Elena, really, just beautiful. I'm reminded of one of the One Young World councillors who some of you saw in previous summits, Cristiana Figueras, who was the Costa Rican head of the climate change work that went into creating the Paris Agreement. And without Cristiana, I don't think we'd have a Paris Agreement. She is that amazing a person. But I heard her on one of the many podcasts she's done saying, well, you can imagine a city where the air is sweet and where what you hear are the sound of birds. And I was so caught by this urban vision, which I think you got to, and such a very important thing and such a very long way to go. And now in this year of the Ukraine war, we find ourselves at a very, very difficult point, I think probably in human history. Why? Because even Frans Timmermans at the EU, who's a wonderful EU minister, who's very, very strong on climate activism and very strong on ending fossil fuels, even Frans Timmermans said last year, we may need to return to coal-fired power in Europe for the winter because we don't know how bad the winter is going to be, and we're going to have a problem. Now, what this speaks to is how complex all of the obvious issues actually are. If we want simplicity, then you say 20 years ago, the world leaders who met at the then G8, or I don't think the G20 existed 20 years ago, they could have changed everything. Just 20 men and women in one room could have taken the decisions we all needed. Then it is simple. When the nations unite, it is simple. That's how we don't have CFC carbons anymore. The nations don't unite. So what's that down to? Is that the fact that the state objectives for each nation are not the same? I don't believe that for one moment, because everything we see at One Young World is the objectives and dreams of young people from every single country in the world are exactly the same dreams. So this is a failure of leadership, which is why you people matter, all of you, and talk here to the faculty as well as to the students. Leadership absolutely matters. We are not entitled to whinge and moan about the leadership that we ourselves have not stood up and taken. That doesn't work like that. Somebody has to do the leading. And there's so many things that we listened to today. When we talked about resilience, it was wonderful, wonderful images there on resilience. When you talked about resilience at the beginning of the day and talked about it in many different ways and how important it is. But the doctor from Cambridge alluded to my point, though she significantly more eloquent, where she said, if you start the thing about which you are procrastinating, you will feel better, was my point about you will find in your work itself, you will find the resilience you need. And in your leadership, you will find the joy and the purpose of your life. It is as simple as that. But let's not simplify the problems that all of us are facing. So you can hear by my appalling accent that I'm originally from South Africa. I have just been there. The lights are off. Electricity is off all over the country, 8 hours of day. It is broken into slots of load shedding, which seem to be moving around. This is serious stuff. And it is a portent of what can happen to the whole world. And it actually has absolutely nothing to do with the energy arguments. It has to do with corruption on a grand scale. So everything we think about here today, and everything that you guys want, and you should want, and you deserve to have, particularly if you take up the burden of leadership, everything is compromised by corruption in every single dimension. And I do know what I'm talking about here from so many personal and professional angles. But South Africa's power structure has collapsed on the back of 25 years, 30 years of grand corruption. I'm not talking about the post-apartheid regime. I'm saying right from the apartheid regime onwards. The same applies in many countries, in many instances. Ukraine herself suffers today, having been the victim of an awful lot of corruption prior to the current crisis. Russia, God only knows. Our country here, the same story. Corruption is everywhere. And you can't fix for any of the Sustainable Development Goals without addressing the reality of corruption. It has to be fixed. Corruption stalks the corridors of power in every organization and in every government in the world. And we need to address that thing. So Alex, where are you? The people who are in the finance industry, the chartered accountants, this is one of your gigs. You can fix this thing. But in South Africa now, the latest statistic on violence for women, every 40 minutes in South Africa, a woman is murdered. So when we get to talk about gender equality, I am genuinely afraid for the country of my birth. Because if women are murdered every 40 minutes, what it says is there is no gender equality. Women are simply not equal at all. What I liked about the discussions today, and I commend the panel and I commend all of you, is the maturity of the content, the maturity of the listening and reception, the fact that we've had a day of engaged, intelligent, thoughtful discussion without any what I call yaboo sucks. Yeah? There's nothing easier than doing yaboo sucks and saying, well, if it's going to be like that, I'm leaving this room and I'm not attending this conference and I'm leaving here. That's just rubbish. And honestly, where I'm an activist myself, I always say to the young leaders at One Young World, in your activism, think very, very carefully. If the noise you are making and the fuss you are making is not going to lead to anything happening, what exactly are you doing? That is where social media comes in and is a dangerous space. Some years ago, you guys were probably, I don't even know how old you were then, but 2009, 2010, there was the campaign against the warlord Coney. 41 million retweets or messages on social media. The poor guy who started the campaign had a nervous breakdown, ran down the street screaming naked. A lot went into that campaign, including tweets from both Obamas and everybody else you could think of. The guy's still alive, he's still out there, ain't nothing happening. So all of this speaks to what I started the day with, was this business of being absolutely intentional about thinking about everything that you do. Think it started. As the doctor was saying this morning, just start it. It won't be perfect. But at least you started it. But this being intentional, even in the complexity of intersectionality. If you start with something that helps mitigate the impact of climate change, and you lose your way 6 months later about gender equality, and then you get in a complete tiz because somebody didn't hear your voice or listen to you, you're not going to manage to get anywhere. What I would say to faculty, and I would say to all of you, when you are working on something or attending you're in the common parlance, which I don't like, you're at the table at one of the discussions like we have, I think we were talking earlier about COP, where young people are at the table. And guess what? You think they're being listened to? No, they're not. Very convenient to say young people are at the table. So again, intentionality. Very good discussion here about when students are asked to input, and Rukia put it exactly correctly, they should have a response, and if what they were asking for cannot be delivered, a measured response and set of reasons why. It's something at One Young World we have to practice all the time, because we had so many in this community of 15,000, so many people saying, I want this, I think that, blah, blah, blah. We're always trying to at least answer. Many of the things we've been told to do simply cannot be done. It's just absolutely impossible. Some of the things we get asked to do, frankly, I don't agree with at all, and I'm very quick to say it, but then we ask the community, well, what do you think? All of this in the spirit that this was conducted today by all of you, which I say, I really do pay respect, is this measured, careful, intentional discussion. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about it? And where do you think it's going? But above all things, to say to each and every one of you, take it on, take it on. I always say to our staff, looking at you, Dan, shame. I always say to our staff at One Young World, get in the damn trench. Get in there. Fight the fight. You don't have to chirp from the sidelines. Get in there. Get into it. But what I would say for all of us, and this is faculty as well, to repeat what I said to all of you this morning. Our lives are, the start of our lives and our starting circumstance is a matter of pure luck. I was born in a nursing home in Johannesburg. I was born a white baby in apartheid South Africa, with all of the evilly generated privileges of the very privileges, because, hey, when you're the privileged race, you're the privileged race. I could have been born in Kakuma, and I never let myself forget that. Every single night I say to myself, it could have been you. I could have been a person living God only knows where, I don't know, maybe some Pacific island where I can't get higher education. I could have been born with a disability, not that Caroline, who's going to talk to you later, would accept that that's any drawback. Any of us could have been born anyway, anywhere, with anything. And nobody said that any of us have the right to sit here in an institution of higher education. It's a nice idea. It's not a right. It's not a right. It is a privilege. And where there is privilege, I believe, I really do believe, there is a duty to fellow man. If you are that privileged, we all have a duty to get in the fight and make things better for fellow man. If we're not doing that, what is our privilege worth? It's only worth the money that gets spent on it, and therefore it is actually wasted. So we have a saying at One Young World, which I will leave you with, which applies to absolutely everybody. You, me, faculty, everybody. Of those to whom much has been given, much is asked. Yeah, got it? Understood? Nodding heads, nodding heads. Okay, good. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for that very excellent few words. Thank you. Next up, I would just like to point out this QR code which you can scan. It's fine, I'll talk about it. So if you're a student in the Humanities and Social Sciences faculty or the School of Management, and you would like to be a delegate for the summit in Belfast later this year, please scan this QR code for some more information. It is fully funded, so yeah, I hope you can have a look at that. I'm just going to say a few words of thank you, but beforehand, just to let you all know, there will be a brief break of 10 minutes, but we are having an honorary degree ceremony afterwards, which we'd really like you all to stay on for, so you just stay seated when we finish talking. Yes, so I will pass that on to Can I say one thing about it? Oh, sure. Sorry.
Getting carried away with the sound of my own voice, disgraceful. I just want to say about these, this application process for the summit. So the people who are fortunate enough to win through in that application process is to remember it isn't only the fact that you go to what is truly the best conference in the world for your age group, is probably one of the best conferences in the world. It's not about that. It is about that conference as your kickoff to a lifetime membership for this community. So stand up, my guys there. Fiona, Valeria, come on, Mina, up you get. Where's Dan at the back and Daniel? Sit, yeah. Speak to the guys and find out more about it, because you heard from Meg here earlier. Throughout your whole career then, when you do great things, when you need support, when you need to someone like you who's working on something you're working on in another country, that network takes care of you and helps you with everything you do for the rest of your life. So do apply and encourage people around you in the faculty, in the university, or even outside to apply for that scholarship. It's a big one. Question in the middle there.
Yeah, thank you. If we're not part of the humanities and social sciences or school management, what would lots apply?
Are they? M?
Not at the moment, but you can lobby your own faculty to encourage them to send delegates as well. But come and see me afterwards.
Emily will tell you how it's done, and you may be the only one from your faculty, so you'll get in.
Thank you. On behalf of the organizing committee, Madeline and I would just like to thank the university's Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences and School of Management for their ongoing support, student supporting teams such as Backstage and CampusTV team, as well as student societies such as MUN, ACE, as well as our workshop partner, World Health Organizations, and our guests from Okayama University, as well as guests from One Young World. Right, so not forgetting our lovely staff, Emily, Amy, Eileen, and Arnika, and also our committee members who have worked very hard for the past 4 months for making this event possible, and also our volunteers of the event, as well as our dear speakers and panel hosts. Right, so last but not least, a very big thank you to you, the delegates, for participating in our event today and taking your first step to be the change. Right, so with that, could you please fill up our event survey to let us know what do you think and how else can we improve? It's not gonna take you long. So yeah, please scan the QR code. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very special ceremony today. I'm Ruth Foreman. I'm a Pro-Chancellor here at the University of Bath, and I'm very pleased to be officiating for this ceremony today. It's a great honour to be here today to commend Dr. Caroline Casey, who will be accepting the honorary degree of Doctor of the University today. This award recognises her outstanding commitment to building global movement on inclusive business, as well as the success of the valuable 500 campaign, which she launched just under 2 years ago. We will hear in more detail about her considerable achievements shortly. An honorary degree is the highest accolade the university can bestow and is reserved for individuals of conspicuous merit. Today's event, which celebrates young leaders and future change makers, provides a very fitting occasion on which to confer this award. As a One Young World counsellor and award-winning social entrepreneur, Caroline's fearlessness, passion and drive have been inspirational. We are delighted that she has joined us today to receive this honour. So without further ado, we will start the ceremony. And by my authority as Pro-Chancellor, I declare this congregation open for the conferment of honorary degrees. And I call upon the University Orator to present a candidate for a degree honoris causa.
Pro-Chancellor, it is my great honour to present Caroline Casey for the award of Doctor of the University in recognition of her outstanding commitment to building a global movement on inclusive business for the 1.3 billion people in the world with a disability. At 17, Caroline was told that she had been born legally blind by her parents, who had refrained from telling her about her ocular albinism at an earlier age to enable her to grow up believing in possibilities and her own ability, rather than being faced with labels and limitations. This led to her realization that she would never have her dream of racing cars or motorbikes across the desert, so instead her father taught her how to sail, enabling her to feel the sense of freedom and the wind in her face. She kept her disability hidden for the next 11 years, progressing through business school and a consulting career, before revealing the truth to colleagues at Accenture in 1999 when her eyesight deteriorated significantly. This led to a period of reflection during an epic elephant journey through India, no driving license required, after which she turned down an offer to return to consulting. By going back, she felt she would be colluding in a setting where people who were different had to hide. Her TED Talk about these early experiences has been viewed almost 3 million times, asking viewers, and I quote, to challenge perceptions and move beyond the limits we may think we have. Along with providing the time for reflection, the Elephant Trek raised charitable funds for 6,000 cataract operations. Caroline realised her next journey would be one of social entrepreneurship, establishing charities and a consultancy to advise businesses and raise awareness. Her initiative, the award-winning Ability Awards, which began in Ireland, was bought and expanded into Spain by the president of Telefonica for 3 years. In recognition of this work, she received an honorary doctorate in 2006. She became the first Ashoka Fellow in Ireland and the UK. She joined the Eisenhower Fellowship and also became a young global leader of the World Economic Forum. In 2017, as an adventurer and activist, she travelled 1,000 kilometres through Colombia on a horse, arriving at One Young World Bogota to announce her ambition to end the CEO silence on disability and put disability on the global business leadership agenda. Her passionate commitment to supporting young people led to her keynote here at One Young World Bath in 2019. Her words and deeds are remembered vividly by all those who had the privilege to attend that day. Caroline launched the Valuable 500 movement at the World Economic Forum's Davos Summit in 2019, and in May 2021 achieved its aim of securing commitments from 500 global CEOs and their companies worldwide to put disability inclusion on their board's agenda. These 500 organizations have a combined market cap of $23 trillion, 22 million employees, and 64 sectors. Securing their commitment is a remarkable achievement. There is no other business partnership of this scale outside of the UN Global Compact. Caroline is never complacent, however, and Phase 2 of the Valuable 500 involves these organisations working together to increase inclusivity for employees and consumers alike. With just 4% of businesses focused on expanding their offer to people with disabilities, and 16% of the world's population currently experiencing significant disability, the challenges are formidable. But that has never stopped Caroline. To make the Valuable 500 a reality, she had to remortgage her home. But in 2021, the Nippon Foundation made the biggest grant of its kind for disability business inclusion of $5 million to fund the second phase. The Valuable 500 have also secured 15 iconic leader companies and their CEOs, including Allianz, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Sky Deloitte, the BBC, Salesforce, and Sony to co-fund, build, and test programs and solutions, creating a catalyst for further change amongst the other organizations. In addition, the movement calls for transparent and harmonized reporting across the business world to create consistent and comparable data to measure progress on disability inclusion. Caroline also sits on several diversity and inclusion boards, including L'Oréal, Sanofi and Sky, and has recently been appointed President of the International Agency for the Prevention of Blindness, the IAPB, which represents more than 150 organisations in over 100 countries, working together for a world in which everyone has universal access to eye care. Another example of Caroline's immense global impact on equality, diversity and inclusion. Pro-Chancellor, I present to you Caroline Casey, who is eminently worthy to receive the degree of Doctor of the University, honoris causa.
Oh, it's there. By virtue of the authority vested in me, I confer upon you the degree of Doctor of the University, honoris causa. Many congratulations.
That's the bottom.
Do you want me to do something? Like, am I supposed to do what oh, I have to sign the book. Told, obviously.
Sorry.
Is it okay I take my hat off?
Great. Great. It suits you.
I have to take it off, I'm afraid it's too hot. Menopause, hot flushes. You wrote, my gosh, thank you for reading that so beautifully. Just for giving me time to listen and to hear. Listen, there's a very important rugby match happening in about 3 minutes. And my husband is sitting down here, a massive rugby fan. He had tickets to see Ireland versus, and he's here. It is amazing. So I won't be too long, but I'm a recovering people pleaser, so I want you all to go and have the drinks and the wine and the rugby. But it's for a moment I actually want to say thank you. Something like getting an honorary doctorate is a moment, it's a pause, and it's like you're saying thank you. It's like some people say, we see you, we hear you, keep going. So you don't take things like this really lightly. It gives you a moment to stop, because people like me, I have a life long of troublemaking and hustling and gritting and grinding and kicking the tires and failing more times than you would ever think from that. And having great highs, of course. But it's often really important to stop for a second. But the process of being seen and heard in the work is everything that I want in this work that I do. And it is through the lens of disability that I have chosen to do it, because of my lived experience. The world does not believe that inclusion is all for everyone. We have an a la carte view of that, and sometimes one thing is more important than the other. But it's not. There is no hierarchy of inclusion in the world. You can't hope to say, I am for this, but I'm not for that. It doesn't work that way. And the work that I have committed to doing is ensuring that disability is part of our world, equally, equitably, and for always. I've believed that business has to be at the table, and I believe that the leaders of that business have to be responsible and accountable. You cannot delegate that to somebody else. But I believe in the power of every person in business. And mostly the reason I'm so happy to be here, and this is where I received my honorary doctorate, is because I believe in the power of you. You, at the beginning of your journeys in business, you're the ones who will change it. And actually the power that you have in the age group that you're in, you know, the CEOs really give a shit about you. They really give a shit about where you're going to spend your money and where you want to work. You're the most powerful force now. Somebody like me, at 51 years old, yeah, old news, okay? We've set it up. But go out and use that voice and that curiosity. Don't shame people when they're wrong, because actually all that does is create further problems. Go out with your curiosity, your questioning, and openly make space for others to find what is right. But the real reason it's so important to be here is because actually when you're trying to make change happen, can I just say it takes a really long time. And it takes an awful lot of curiosity, and it takes an awful lot of stunts between elephants and horses and all the bits and bobs. And I went around the world in 80 ways with 3 other disabled people. That was an absolute circus, I can tell you. But you will do everything and anything to do it. There's one thing that's so important. I'm standing here today, but you only see one person with layers of people around them that allowed them be here. So for any of you who are sitting there with an idea or a dream or your desire to make change, because Charlotte was asking me today at lunch, I had a great chat with Charlotte wherever she is. I'm blind, so I can't see Charlotte wherever you are. She said, how do you do it? And I was like, I don't know. It's like it grabs you and it takes you if you're willing to listen. And I never had a linear plan. If you had told me at 22 I would be here at 51, I'd have like, what are you talking about? I was too busy hiding in a disability closet. But it takes lots of things. And it takes grit, sure. And it takes your way. You've got to find the things that bring you joy in the shit, because there's a lot of it. But the most important thing is there are a handful of people who believe in you, when actually sometimes you forgot yourself. And often the greatest change happens through that awful rock and hard place, when you feel broken and you actually don't think you can pick your head up and go again. And in 2014, at the end of October, I was closing my company, the very successful company, by the way, after all the accolades and TED and all the bits and bobs. And I was closing that company. And the day before I closed that company, I walked onto the most important stage of my life. In this time, in 2014, in March, I heard about Kate Roberts coming to One Young World, because One Young World was going to come to Dublin. And I'm like, I got to find her. I was like Liam Neeson. I will find you and I will track you down. And my cousin had been somewhat kind of organised with her. And I said, Patty, just get me a meeting, right? Just get me a meeting. And so she came to meet us in Dublin, or she was in Dublin, and I scooted in and went, do you know that disability has never been on the main stage of anything, ever? Can I go on your main stage? And it's a lovely thing that Kate called me. She said, you can, Caro, which is a name I love. You can, Caro, but don't be boring.
As if.
And Queen, did I take you for your word? But what happened in 2014, on that day, the 27th of October, I remember it so well, because the 28th is the day I had to shut my company down. We went onto this stage and by Jesus, we blew them away. And nobody will ever forget it. But what it began was the belief that there was still more. And I cannot ever thank you enough for grabbing you shush now and listen, because it's very hard to ever give her a compliment. Listen, because you gave me the space, and that space led to 2017 in Colombia. And just after my father died, I was like, I have to do this global campaign. I'm so cheesed off. I was going to use worse language, but I won't. I am so off that it has not accelerated quickly enough. So I came to Kate again in January 2017 and went, can I have that stage again? And she said, yes, Caro, but don't be boring. So I literally rode a horse from Cartagena onto the main stage of One Young World in Bogota. And Kate told me not to do the most important thing I did in my life. She said, Carol, please don't shout out at the CEOs to shame them. And I did. I stood on the stage, Cher was coming after me, they tried to get me off the stage, and I'm like, where are the Paul Pomans? Where are the CEOs? And what I didn't realise is, by pure chance and by pure magic, Paul Poman, who was the CEO of Unilever, happened to walk through the door as I was shouting. And that is the beginning of the Valuable 500. And then a whole year and a half later, we launched it on the main stage of the World Economic Forum. One Young World is the beginning family of the Valuable 500. And the young people in the stage of The Hague screamed and shouted, so the World Economic Forum could not refuse us the main stage. If you ever think that your voice is not enough, it is. Just join your voices with others. And to you, I have to say, thank you for believing in me. To the person that's sitting beside her is my husband. He helped me remortgage the house because it was his house I was remortgaging. And he has been the most extraordinary friend. He is my Anam Cara, an Irish expression for soulmate, who saw in me that I needed to shine, and he's had to let me go so much. Without you, there would be nothing, and I thank you so much for believing in me when I stopped believing in myself. And beside him is my mum. It's Mother's Day tomorrow. And if there's one thing I'm more proud of than the work I've done, is the relationship I have with you. For all the work we have done together, for all the healing we have done together, I honour you. And beside her is my soul sister. This is the lady who wrote the brand for #Valuable in 2 seconds and has just finished writing the brand for the Valuable 500. And she saw the light in me when I couldn't see it in myself. This is yours. The 4 of you, thank you. Thank you for loving me through my shadow and my light, for giving me the breath and the space. And I want to leave something with you. Don't ever think it's easy to get here, but it is magic. It's so magic. And so what I say to you in this moment, you are defined by nothing. Not this moment, not an award, not a failure, not a degree, nothing. Every day choose to stretch it. Don't let that wonderness or the sadness define you, because if you're defined, but you can never grow. Move on. And you know what they say to you? You should put, old head on young shoulders. Bullshit. Do you know what? The less you know, the more you believe. Go out and believe you can. Do your work, okay? Do your work. Rumi says it's all the, clever people change the world. The wise man changes himself, or the wise woman. Do your work and understand who you are, so that fuels you forward. Take space. Will you please take space? Please, please don't be hard on yourself. Don't do what I did, thinking if I did the good work, I was lovable. You are enough. Do the work for that. But pause in it. Pause in it. And then lastly, you look out for that magic that allows you to write your story. It comes in weird ways, in strange ways. You never know. The magic of my life, the extraordinary miracles that have happened underneath literally pools of dog shit, is incredible. That's the magic. And Jerry did teach me to feel the wind in my face. And that's your gut instinct. Now you go out there and go through the ups and downs and the failures and the good bits, and just know it's part of the journey and it never ends. Would I go back to sit where you are today? No. No, I wouldn't, because actually, I think I am now proudly able to say I'm Caroline Casey, I'm okay, and I'm looking forward to the next bit. But I do want to end with Maya Angelou's greatest quote of all time. There is no greater agony than an untold story inside you. Don't you dare go into a closet. Don't you dare try to fit into somebody else's view of who you are. Don't you dare. Go out and grab it and fight it and belong in it and make space for others. It's your story and your life, and you go out and live it the way you choose to do. Thank you.